Chapter 17:15. However, all of this was useless against Yifei. Yifei had only attacked 3 times. The first time, he killed a heaven-grade corpse puppet. The second time, he killed the human demon hall master. The last time, he killed half of the quasi-emperors of the human demon hall. Save us. Lord Human Demon, save us. Martial Emperor? Damn it. Isn't the true martial sacred academy in decline? Why is there still a martial emperor here? The remaining half of the quasi-emperors of the human demon hall were scared out of their wits by Yifei. They fled in all directions, many of them even burning their essence blood. We can't let these spies escape. They are the lackeys of the sorcerer race, traitors of the human race. Suddenly, Shi Yingqing was enraged. The 2 deans, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, ignored their injuries and wanted to continue fighting. However, before they could do so, resplendent meteors appeared in the distant starry sky. These meteors were like Yifei, falling straight towards the Tianwu continent and the true martial sacred academy. Then, hundreds of heaven-grade quasi-emperors knelt on one knee around Yifei. The Xinghe sect master greets, young Master Yi. The Yin-Yang sect master greets, young Master Yi. The Purple Moon sect master greets, young Master Yi. The Primary Core sect elder greets, young Master Yi. Little Yi, this king is here to help. Boom! Another mountain-like Tyrannosaurus descended from the sky. Just the back of this Tyrannosaurus alone was packed with hundreds of elders of the Primary Core sect. Furthermore, this was not the entirety of the Starry Sky army. There were still countless meteors falling from the sky. Each meteor was a huge Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, the backs of the Tyrannosaurus were filled with Starry Sky cultivators. When the people of the true martial sacred courtyard thought that was all, more dazzling meteors appeared in the sky. Peerless geniuses and peerless geniuses arrived one after another. White-clothed war God Di Fan, divine martial goddess Lu Qing, and heavenly Tao saintess Zhao Yu. Wise little knife god Shui Yu also in there. This brat, what did he do in the starry sky? How could he gather such a terrifying army of warriors? The Grand Supreme Dean swallowed his saliva in shock. Shang Jing, the Alliance Master, also widened her eyes in shock. It seemed like this was the first time she had met Yifei. But before they could speak to Yifei, boom! Finally, a ball of light that was even more intense than the sun descended from the sky. That was the limitless sword deity's figure. When he appeared on the ground, a heavy martial emperor's might immediately suppressed the surrounding 15,000 kilometers, scaring the many demon human royal hall quasi-emperors who fled. They felt like their gallbladder would shatter. This was not the end. However, things weren't over yet. The instant the limitless sword god appeared, he landed directly behind Yifei. With a boom, the limitless sword god knelt down behind Yifei like a servant. My lord, I have not failed you. What? My lord, what kind of sin did this sword god commit? His brain must be abnormal to recognize that devil incarnate as his lord. No matter what, he is still a demigod. The large green rock trembled and suddenly fell from the Grand Supreme Dean's head. I can't, Shangjing. I asked you to support me, not hug me. When he heard that the one who had submitted to Yifei was actually a demigod, even the Grand Supreme Headmaster, who had forced himself to remain calm, began to tremble and show signs of being unable to stand properly. Many of the disciples of the true martial sacred courtyard were so frightened by the countless quasi-emperors and martial emperors that they fell to the ground. Shi Yingqing, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger, the 2 deans, opened their mouths wide in shock. As for the fleeing quasi-emperors of the human demon hall, when the sword deity appeared, they were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Yifei didn't even bother to make a move against these quasi-emperors. His opponent was the human demon, not the small fries released by the human demon. I'll leave the battle on the ground to you. Leave the battle in the sky to me. Human demon, I know you're nearby. Come out and fight to the death with me. Yifei stepped into the sky. Since the human demon could control Fu Renji's body, he could definitely control the bodies of the other quasi-emperors of the human demon hall. Indeed, as soon as Yifei finished speaking, The eyes of one of the quasi-emperors who had fled far away suddenly turned as dark as the underworld. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Yi Fei at the speed of light. The human demon's furious roar came from his mouth. Yi Fei, don't think that you'll be able to kill me. If it weren't for Wang Bai's face, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak to me. Boom! Before the worldly demon could say anything, Yi Fei suddenly used the void steps and rushed over to the quasi-emperor controlled by the worldly demon. Without saying a word, he gave the quasi-emperor a resounding slap to the other party's face. Noisy, if you want to fight, then fight openly. Don't disappoint me like a coward. Bang! Before the human demon could say anything, Yi Fei punched and blasted this quasi-emperor into a bloody mist. His actions thoroughly frightened the remaining quasi-emperors of the human demon hall. Even many of the high-ranked corpse puppets were trembling in fear. Although that quasi-emperor was not the human demon himself, it was still a clone that merged with a trace of the human demon's spiritual sense. Yet, Yi Fei directly slapped this clone. As the main culprit of the ancient calamity, the human demon, who is said to be the closest to the earthly venerate, was ruthlessly slapped in the face by a junior. Although Yi Fei only slapped the human demon's spiritual sense clone, this action was undoubtedly shocking and shocking. Not only did the Supreme Dean and the others turn pale with fright, but the other factions of the Central Province who were secretly watching this battle, including the Quasi-Emperor noble clans and Martial Emperor noble clans that rushed over after hearing the news, were all shocked. Meanwhile, in Dark Azura Hall, the instant Yi Fei slapped and destroyed the spiritual sense clone, the face of the human demon, who was about to force the Dark Azura Hall to surrender, turned purplish red in anger. At the same time, an explosive demonic chi shook the entire Dragon Head realm violently. Yi Fei, good. Very good. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it. Nameless, I'll give you 10 days. If you do not surrender within 10 days, your Dark Azura Hall will suffer the same fate as Yi Fei's death. Roar! The human demon directly controlled Fu Renjia's body and turned him into a huge demonic dragon. He extended his dragon claws and grabbed the Wind Thunder Pagoda, the supreme treasure of the Dark Azura Hall. Then he swung his dragon tail and turned into a terrifying demonic light. He tore through the spatial seal of the Dragon Head realm and rushed back to the Central Province. Then he returned to the true martial sacred courtyard. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Central Province seemed to feel a terrifying demonic might that wanted to tear the world apart and sink the land. Countless Martial Emperor noble clans' clan heads were filled with fear, their hearts trembling. Chapter 17:16. Compared to the others who were fearful of the human devil, Yi Fei's expression was filled with indifference. He sat cross-legged in the sky, constantly adjusting his condition. The battle with the human devil would definitely be a bloody one. Even though he had transformed into a peerless, monstrous genius and had the limitless sword in his hand, Yi Fei still didn't dare to do so. He would not let his guard down at all. At the same time, there was a trace of worry in his heart. The human demon was controlling Fu Renjia's body. He did not know what kind of effect this kind of control would have on Fu Renjia. However, this is not a good thing. If possible, I really do not want to fight to the death with Brother Fu. Yi Fei shook his head silently. Then, he fell into silence, no longer caring about the surrounding matters. He only focused on waiting for the human demon's arrival. The sky was completely calm, but a storm was coming. On the ground, the battle was intense. Under the pursuit of the large number of starry sky quasi-emperors brought by the unbounded sword god and the Tyrannosaurus king, the remaining quasi-emperors of the human demon palace were all killed. Even the corpse puppet army surrounding the true martial sacred courtyard was wiped out by the many cultivators. The battle was over. The star martial emperor looked at his severed arms in grief and sat on the ground dejectedly. Shi Yingqing, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, the two deans, were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They had no choice but to quickly retreat and take out Thunder Tribulation fluid to replenish their life force. This thunder tribulation fluid was brought back by Yi Fei when he was undergoing his tribulation in Ardent Sun City. It was also because of this thunder tribulation fluid that the Supreme Dean was able to regain his life force, barely holding on until Yi Fei arrived with reinforcements. In the end, even the Netherworld bone ship that had sunk into the ground was lifted up by a few Tyrannosaurus kings using their dragon claws. Just as the Tyrannosaurus king was in high spirits and was about to announce the ownership of the bone ship, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. Then, a terrifying dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. Under that dragon roar, even someone as strong as the Tyrannosaurus king felt his soul tremble. The other dragons felt their bodies go soft, and they all knelt down on the ground. Their huge dragon eyes were filled with shock and fear. Such dragon might had already surpassed that of a beast king and reached the level of a beast emperor. Roar! The dragon's roar grew louder and louder. Gradually, it was filled with a terrifying demonic aura. In the distant sky, a huge black demonic dragon appeared. When it approached the sky, the demonic dragon's body trembled and suddenly turned into a black-haired young man with a dazzling aura. Human demon! Yi Fei instantly stood up in the sky. The sword light on his body was dazzling, and there was a faint murderous aura and fury around him. Yi Fei! The human devil's eyes were as deep as the abyss. When he saw the corpse puppet army completely annihilated on the ground and the Netherworld bone ship captured, he was filled with incomparable rage and killing intent. Then, the human demon's killing intent turned into a demonic cloud that was as black as ink. It whistled as it charged toward Yi Fei, wanting to envelop the entire area. Kill! Yi Fei's sword energy was like a river, forming a whistling sword river that tore apart the heaven and earth. It even destroyed the devil cloud into pieces. Human devil, get out of Fu Renjia's body. I can let you die a quick death. Impudent. Who do you think you're talking to? Even if you've achieved the martial god realm, you're only an ant in front of me, let alone becoming a monster. The human demon was infuriated. His heart was filled with astonishment. It was obvious that even the human demon did not expect Yi Fei to turn from a puppet in the burial ground in just over 20 years. The pawn he controlled in the deity's ground had turned into a peerless genius comparable to the martial monarch realm. The human demon had given Yi Fei the battle demon path with ill intentions. He had purposely left his demonic aura on it to lure Yi Fei into the darkness and turn him into his pawn. However, when Yi Fei entered the martial god space, he had used his willpower to break free from the human demon's control. He had regained his sense of self. In the end, the human demon had no choice but to choose Fu Renjia as his pawn to break free. When he saw Yi Fei's rapid growth, even the human demon felt a certain degree of danger. Then, intense killing intent erupted from the human demon's body. Wrath of the Sovereign King. The human demon roared at the sky like a true demon. He raised his hand and summoned the white-boned demonic sword. He wanted to kill all living beings and slaughter them. Even the demigod Limitless Sword God was shocked by this sword. Not to mention the many quasi-emperors present. When they saw the sword light formed by the white bone, they felt as if their flesh and blood were melting away and turning into white bones. Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched. Then an astonishing battle intent erupted from his body. In an instant, the limitless sword in his hand was set ablaze. Heaven-piercing sword Dao. Yi Fei forcefully waved the limitless sword in his hand. It didn't look like he wanted to kill the human demon, but he wanted to cleave the deep sky. Everyone only saw a dazzling sword light that shone like the starry sky. It tore through the void and cleaved heaven and earth. Then, it violently collided with the human demon's white bone sword. Crack! When the white bone sword and the limitless sword collided, an astonishing crack appeared. The limitless sword was too powerful. Its strength didn't lie in its divine weapon, but more in its astonishing weight. When Yi Fei waved the limitless sword, its power completely erupted. It was no longer a sword, but an incomparably dazzling killing star. Not only did it shatter the white bone sword, but it also brazenly slashed at the human demon. Damn it. Not only did you transform into a demon, you also have a divine weapon. No wonder you dare to go against me. All manifestations of wind and lightning. The human demon revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a whistling wind and lightning pagoda quickly appeared in his hand. It formed an incomparably terrifying wind and lightning pillar that ruthlessly and callously shot towards Yifei. Yifei was immediately shocked. He recognized that it was the wind and lightning pagoda of the Dark Azura Hall. Could it be that the Dark Azura Hall also surrendered to the human demon? In the end, the human demon hall and the Dark Azura Hall were both split from the Hall of Life and Death. The two naturally had the opportunity to unite. Hearing this, the human demon's eyes revealed a cold glint. He gravely said, "Yifei, I admire you. If you surrender now, not only will I accept you as my disciple, I will also teach you my great hatred of the human demon. Jidao, remember this. Only endless hatred can give you absolute power." Bullshit. Hatred is only an excuse for your failure. Yifei was furious. The limitless sword suddenly flickered with endless starlight, wanting to kill the human demon. The human demon's eyes turned even colder. He gravely scolded, "Junior, shut your mouth. Only hatred can give you endless power. The so-called hope is only a deep despair in the end. Since you are so stubborn, why should I keep you around?" Dark Demon Fist. Boom. The human demon used one hand to activate the wind and lightning pagoda to block Yifei's limitless sword. His other hand suddenly struck out a set of terrifying demon fists that were both familiar and unfamiliar. It was very similar to the life and death fist, but it was even more powerful and filled with a demonic nature. Chapter 17:17. Boom! When these two forces collided, the sky where the two of them were standing completely collapsed, turning into nothingness. And in this nothingness, the human devil roared furiously, like the roar of a devil. He suddenly abandoned the wind and thunder pagoda, waving both of his fists continuously, forming two black devil stars, bombarding towards Yishiwen. The nothingness in front of him was shattered into terrifying spatial fragments. Kill! Yifei's fighting spirit was burning. At this moment, he put away the everlasting sword and used his full strength to execute the life and death fist technique. This fist technique was originally a martial emperor's ultimate technique. Although Yifei was not a martial emperor, he had already surpassed one. The life and death fist technique was fully displayed in his hands. Especially with the support of despair, this life and death fist technique had already surpassed the level of a martial emperor's ultimate technique. It was not any weaker than the human demon's dark demonic fist. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Yifei's fists were blazing like two purple gold suns. They hung in the starry sky and swept across the heavens. At this moment, they were continuously clashing with the human demon's dark demonic fist. Every time their fists collided, they would destroy a part of the space. The more they fought, the higher they flew. In the continent, this was the only way that this martial emperor's battle would not destroy the true martial sacred courtyard and affect the innocent lives. Even so, the shockwaves from their battle caused the entire middle continent to change. Countless cultivators could only see two demonic figures high in the sky. They were like black demons. The stars and the purple gold suns clashed with each other continuously. It was a tragic battle. Bang! Suddenly, Yifei's body rumbled. The human demon suddenly changed his move. At this moment, he suddenly withdrew his fists and used the Wind Thunder Pagoda's power to attack Yifei. Bloodline Divine Armor Kill. A shocking cold light flashed in Yifei's eyes. He endured the terrifying attack of the Divine Armor and used the life and death fist technique to attack the human demon's body. Roar! The human demon's furious roar resounded in the sky. Yifei's punch had almost destroyed half of the human demon's body. He had no choice but to quickly retreat and recover from his injuries. Puff! Yifei's blood also dyed the sky red. Even his bloodline armor couldn't completely block the attack of the Wind Thunder Tower's divine weapon. Half of his body also had a bloody hole. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Even his bones could be seen clearly. Kill. However, Yi Fei did not seem to feel any pain. At this moment, he activated the Great Void Step and rushed towards the human demon. The limitless sword in his hand once again smashed forward with resplendent starlight. You're courting death. The human demon was enraged. While he was healing his wounds, he hurriedly activated the Wind Thunder Pagoda once more. An endless power of wind and thunder erupted, as if wanting to destroy the entire world. But very quickly, a dazzling sword radiance tore through the wind and thunder, slicing through the heavens. Yi Fei waved the limitless sword with one hand, completely awakening the undying sword soul in his body. The sword soul burned like a roaring flame, completely igniting the unbounded sword. It transformed the unbounded sword from a sword of stars into a sword of destruction, slashing forward to destroy the Devil Man. Sword Soul, you actually have the aura of a sword soul. Damn it, this body is still too weak. But even so, I, the human demon, am still undefeated. Demonic soul descend. Boom! The entire world was shaking. Within Fu Renjia's body, a terrifying demonic soul seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. That was the Devilman's demonic soul. The moment it appeared, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of white bones. White bones everywhere. Monarch Mo Lu. 1,000 kills, 10,000 slaughters. Where did the soul go? Rage, rage, rage. The devilish nature of the human devil towered up to the heavens as his rage burned. The human devil controlled Fu Renjia, turning him into a white bone monarch. In his hands, a terrifying gigantic bone sword appeared. After that, the gigantic bone sword transformed into a bone claw, a bone saber, a bone axe, a bone hammer, a myriad of transformations. It was like the mood of a monarch. Every move of it shook the world. At this moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Only the furious white bone monarch wanted to wield his demonic weapon and destroy this merciless world. Roar, roar, roar. It was also at this moment that Yi Fei suddenly let out endless dragon roars. As he swung the limitless sword, 7 heaven-grade domains suddenly rushed out of his body. Then, these domains suddenly transformed into 7 terrifying heavenly dragons that suppressed space and time. Then, they formed 8 different world gates that blasted forward. It completely shattered the human demon's world of white bones. At this instant, even with the human demon's strength, his heart was filled with astonishment. An atavistic heaven art? No, it's highly possible that it's a heaven highness art that's stronger than an atavistic heaven art. Haha, if you were given 100 years, you might be able to rank up to the martial god realm and kill me. But now I won't give you the chance. Kill. The human demon is filled with hatred. I hate the heavens. I hate the earth. I hate the people. I hate the gods. If I were to become a demon, I would kill every living thing in this world and slaughter the gods and humans. A shocking hatred suddenly burst out from the human demon's body. The hatred shook the heavens and earth and shook the starry sky. A deafening explosion took place. A real white bone emperor walked out from the void with an aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. He raised his hand and a giant white bone palm grabbed at Yi Fei and the heavens and earth. Yi Fei knew that this was the real human demon and the demon soul that was hidden in Fu Renjia's body. Only by killing this demon soul would he be able to stop the human demon and save Fu Renjia. Human demon, take my final sword, the ultimate sword. Kill. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking cold light. Him releasing the 8-level heavenly dragon was just a feint. His true, strongest move now was actually the ultimate sword that was cultivated by combining the limitless sword, this divine artifact. This sword was the end of the Wuji sword and the beginning of the Tai Chi sword. When Yi Fei unleashed this sword, the heavens and earth seemed to be devoured by this terrifying divine sword glow. The human demon's white-boned demonic palm that covered the heavens and earth was instantly slashed into ashes by the ultimate sword. Boom! In the end, even the heavens and earth enveloped by the divine sword was shattered by Yi Fei's sword. A terrifying spatial fragment appeared, and in the middle of this fragment, the human demon's demon soul was burning. He was like a resplendent and ferocious demon star that stood in anger. At this moment, there was a deep sword wound between his eyebrows. This was because he had almost shattered his demon soul. This was definitely the most serious injury the human demon had suffered since he had used a strand of his demon soul to escape. Even the dozens of quasi-emperors of the Sanluo Temple and the ancient peerless genius Wu Ming had not been able to harm him. Furthermore, he had been forced to burn his demon soul to resist Yi Fei's supreme attack. The ultimate sword. You were actually able to injure my demonic soul. Very good. You have the qualifications to experience my true demonic power. Chapter 17:18. When this fiendish god appeared, the entire world shook. Countless central planes' power shuddered. According to the ancient records, the human demon had also transformed into a fiendish god like this in the ancient era. He had severed a dragon's head and shattered a dragon's tail. He had caused the ancestral dragon continent's last bit of karmic luck to lose, turning it into the current martial heaven continent. Now that this fiendish god had appeared once more, people felt like they had returned to the ancient era. It was like they had seen a fiendish god reach out with a hand that could destroy the world. In the next instant, the devil god made his move. He swung his fists and punched out with the devil fist of darkness. However, this time his fists were no longer meteors. They were actually two terrifying worlds of darkness, capable of shattering the heavens and shaking the starry river. In front of the devil man's might, even Yi Fei had transformed into a peerless existence. Evildoer's soul also trembled for a moment. After all, this person in front of him was not a martial emperor, but a true martial god. Even if it was just a trace of a martial god's devil soul, its power was incomparably terrifying. However, Yi Fei didn't retreat. Behind him was the true martial sacred academy, and below him was the martial heaven continent. Whether it's to protect the true martial sacred academy or my homeland, I can't let you do whatever you want, human demon. Ultimate sword. Yi Fei once again brandished the limitless sword. This time, he used all of his strength. Resplendent sword light transformed into boundless starlight, shaking the heavens and earth as it slashed forward. Seeing this, the human demon laughed coldly. His demonic fists blazed even more fiercely. It was as if two worlds of darkness were about to devour the heavens and earth. They wreaked havoc in the human world. Boom! In the end, Yi Fei's sword only had time to split open one of the worlds of darkness. The human demon's other world of darkness had already formed a terrifying vortex of darkness. He wanted to devour Yi Fei just like that. Heavenly Dragon Domain explode. Seeing that the sword light was blocked, the 8 heavenly dragons behind Yi Fei suddenly roared at the same time. Then, dazzling light of destruction bloomed, causing rumbling sounds in all directions. The 8 heavenly dragons and the 7 heavenly domains all exploded at this moment. The frightening power tore a terrifying hole in the sky. The dark world of the human devil was completely shattered by the explosion of the domain. However, the ferocious god formed by the human devil suddenly grew in size and turned into a mountainous god king. It reached out and covered the sky once again. His bony hand viciously grabbed the shattered world in front of him. Finally, Yi Fei saw the human demon's bony hand condense the energy of his domain's explosion into a ball and throw it into the starry sky. Boom! The energy from the domain's self-destruction finally exploded in the starry sky, creating a deep black hole in the starry sky. Your heavenly venerate technique isn't bad. Unfortunately, you haven't completely mastered it. You aren't a martial god, so you don't know how terrifying the power of a martial god is. Even if I only condense a trace of my devil soul clone, I will still be invincible. Die. Bones are everywhere. King Mo wrote. The human demon's body was like a god king's, and his face was like a fiendish demon's. He stepped through the air, his huge bony hand transforming into a shocking white bone spear. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Yi Fei's domain was shattered and his battle strength was greatly reduced to kill Yi Fei. Seeing this, the hearts of many factions of the Middle Continent trembled. Many disciples and elders of the true martial sacred academy turned pale. If even a peerless genius like the Saint's son can't stop the human demon, who else in the entire central continent can? Yi Fei, Zhao Yu's eyes trembled. Suddenly, she made up her mind and wanted to rush forward. Since they couldn't be together in life, they had to be together in death. A hand pulled Zhao Yu back at lightning speed. Lu Qing said angrily, Zhao Yu, are you crazy? This is a battle between martial emperors. If we go forward, not only will we not be able to help him, we'll only harm him. That's right. I believe in Brother Yi. He won't do anything that he's not confident in. Di Fan, the army of destruction, and the others also said. Although they were worried, they didn't act rashly. Most importantly, they realized that Yi Fei didn't order the limitless sword god, who had the strongest battle strength, to take action. This meant that Yi Fei still had a trump card. Yi Fei didn't hesitate to use this trump card in the face of the human demon. An array disc made of stars appeared in his hand. When Yi Fei threw the array disc out, the world disappeared in an instant, leaving only endless black fog. It covered the sky and the earth. It covered an area of 10,000 miles. At this moment, a burly man in godly armor walked out of the black fog. He looked like a warrior on the battlefield. He swung his axe at the human demon. His ferocious appearance made him look like a ferocious, heavenly, baleful spirit. Divine demon? You actually have a martial emperor-level divine demon array spirit. This must be your reward from the array faction. Unfortunately, I'm not fighting alone. Fu Renjia, help me block this heavenly fiend. Roar. Following the human demon's voice, Fu Renjia, who had been standing still in the sky, suddenly turned as dark as the abyss. Then he transformed into a huge demonic dragon again and roared. He fought with the divine demon array spirit. Little demonic dragon, eat my axe. The heaven fiend array spirit cried out loudly. The dense heaven fiend around him was attracted to him. It formed a strong heaven fiend array dragon and charged towards Fu Renjia with him. Yi Fei was shocked. He quickly shouted, Be careful, this is my friend. You can defeat him, but be careful not to kill him. Little master, you're being unreasonable. You're only attacking, but not killing. I can't defeat this kid's demon-breeding heavenly fetus. The divine demon array spirit shouted. Dark demonic fist. While Fu Renjia was busy with the divine demon array spirit, the human demon attacked again. He wanted to kill Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression was cold. He knew that if he did not use his full strength, he would not stand a chance to defeat the human demon. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Sword God Wuji, where are you? Yes, your majesty. Sword God Wuji was trembling with excitement. As an ancient demigod, he knew about the human demon. Moreover, he knew how important it was for him to break through to the martial god realm to fight with such a martial god. When he heard Yi Fei's order, Sword God Wuji's body turned into a blazing divine sword radiance. He tore the divine demon apart and charged into the array. Then, he attacked the human demon viciously. Omnipotent sword principle. Kill. Ultimate sword kill. Yi Fei also surged his true essence, and the limitless sword in his hand reached its limit. At this moment, the Taiji domain erupted with a blazing light, shattering the void and also breaking through a dark world of the human demon. On the other side, the sword god joined forces with Yi Fei and also shattered the human demon. The human demon's second dark world. Chapter 1719. What a shameless little bastard. He couldn't defeat me, so he actually kidnapped a heavenly fiend array spirit and a heavily injured demigod to besiege me. The human demon was shocked and angry. As the limitless sword god joined the battle, the situation instantly changed. Under the joint efforts of Yi Fei and sword god Wuji, the human demon had no choice but to defend himself. Even so, the human demon's dark demonic fist was still extremely terrifying. Every time he punched, Yi Fei and sword god Wuji had to deal with it with all their might. As a martial god who was closest to an earthly venerable, the human demon's demonic soul power seemed to be endless. Furthermore, he was able to absorb formless energy from the void to strengthen his attacks. He was actually able to block the continuous attacks of Yi Fei and the limitless sword deity, two martial emperors, all by himself. Even though he was an enemy, Yi Fei could not help but admire the human demon's strength and ferocity. The more vicious sword god Wuji fought, the more his mind trembled. He sent a voice transmission in fear. "My lord, my divine soul is severely injured. I can't fight for long. I can't hesitate anymore." While the human demon is still in his demonic soul state, "Quickly take you out. Call out the little girl on you." Sword god Wuji submitted to Yi Fei not because he was afraid of Yi Fei. Instead, he was afraid of Xiao Cao's deity beating whip. Hearing this, although Yi Fei didn't want Xiao Cao to take the risk to fight, if this stalemate continued, it would be obvious that the winner would be human demon. Understanding this, Yi Fei immediately gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Xiao Cao, come out and beat the bad guy." Yi Fei did not need to deliberately emphasize this. After all, Xiao Cao had been captured by the human demon in the land of buried gods and used to threaten Yi Fei. Now that the human demon had come to find trouble with Yi Fei, Xiao Cao did not hesitate. Dozens of vine whips had already condensed into an even scarier twisted whip. The human demon's body. Even someone as strong as the human demon felt intense pain all over his body. His dark demonic eyes stared like deep black holes. "Holy whip? You really have the holy whip. It's a pity that your whip can't hit my demonic soul." Roar. As the human demon's voice, Fu Renjia, who had transformed into a demonic dragon, suddenly cried out in pain. Xiao Cao's vine whips kept hitting Fu Renjia's body. Fu Renjia's cries became more and more tragic. In the end, Fu Renjia could no longer maintain his dragon body. He kept retreating back. Xiao Cao charged over. Haha, it's nothing. I just linked my devil soul with Fu Renjia's divine soul. If the god-beating whip hits me, Fu Renjia will also suffer the same injury. Now, what should you do? If you don't want Fu Renjia to die, scram as far away as you can. Don't get in my way. Matter. The human demon coldly roared. Taking advantage of Yi Fei's unpreparedness, he suddenly sent out a demonic dark fist, which made Yi Fei vomit blood and retreat. Yi Fei didn't seem to feel it. He just stared blankly at Fu Renjia, then at the human demon. Suddenly, limitless sword god's anxious voice exploded in his ears. "My lord, what are you hesitating for? The human demon has appeared. He must start a huge massacre to help the shamans descend. Which is more important, the death of one person or the death of millions of people?" Boom! Limitless sword god's words were like a clap of thunder, making Yi Fei's body tremble. His hesitation quickly disappeared, and his eyes became resolute again. Limitless sword god is right. No matter what price I have to pay, I can't let such a dangerous demon like the human demon escape the suppression of the burial land of the gods. For my family in the northern region, for the millions of people in the Tiemu continent, I must win this battle. Kill. 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon, Ultimate Sword. Heavenly dragons roared from Yi Fei's body, and sword light soared into the sky. At the same time, the undying sword soul released a large amount of lightning tribulation liquid to heal his injuries. It also allowed Yi Fei's battle strength to return to its peak. Dragon Turtle, take Xiao Cao and follow me to kill. Boom! Yi Fei's sword split the sky. Similarly, Yi Fei's sword was extremely powerful, But the power of Yi Fei's sword was even more terrifying than Limitless Sword God's. After all, Limitless Sword God had not completely comprehended limitless slaughter, but Yi Fei had not only completely comprehended it, but also used it to raise his Taiji Sword Dao to the level of immemorial heavenly art. First time, this was a very impressive achievement. It was also the difference between a grandmaster and a craftsman. Limitless Sword God was still in the stage of learning the sword, but Yi Fei was already at the stage of creating the sword. This also meant that Yi Fei's Sword Dao was even more terrifying than Limitless Sword God's. And as Yi Fei regained his fighting spirit, he charged into the battlefield. The human demon's dazzling body became a lot more sluggish. What made the human demon even more furious was that he could not continue to attack in the face of Yi Fei and Limitless Sword God's joint attack. He could only watch helplessly as the black turtle and Xiao Chao appeared and disappeared mysteriously around him, occasionally lashing out at him. The whip lashed out viciously at the human demon's demonic soul. Even though he was a powerful martial god, the human demon still had the urge to fly into a rage. Yi Fei, do you really not want Fu Rinjie to die? If you continue fighting like this, his divine soul will soon collapse, and he will become a corpse. Aren't you a righteous person? Are you going to watch your good friend die so tragically? The human demon roared. Shut your dog mouth. If it wasn't for you, Fu Rinjie would not have ended up like this. I believe that Fu Rinjie is still conscious. He would rather commit suicide than become your puppet. Brother Fu, I will avenge you. Innate ferocious array spirit. The three of us will work together to completely eradicate the human demon. Yi Fei roared furiously. At this moment, Fu Rinjie's divine soul had been severely injured by Xiao Chao's continuous god-beating whip. He no longer had the ability to fight back. He could only hold his head and roll in the sky. Seizing this opportunity, the innate ferocious array spirit finally charged over from afar. Together with Yi Fei and Limitless Sword God, there were three experts comparable to martial emperors. At this moment, no matter how strong the human demon's demonic soul was, his expression finally changed. Yi Fei, you are ruthless. However, you can disregard Fu Rinjie's life, but I don't believe that you will disregard your woman's life. Kill. White Bones, King's bloody path. The human demon roared. He knew that with the strength of his demonic soul, it would be difficult for him to withstand the attacks of Yi Fei and the other two. The human demon quickly retreated. The whistling bone hand tore the innate ferocious array apart with one claw. He jumped out of the battlefield and charged toward Zhao Yu. Human demon, I want your life. Ultimate sword. At this moment, Yi Fei's soul was trembling. Then his limitless sword pierced through the human demon's body with a terrifying sword principle radiance. Bang! The human demon did not put up any defense. Half of his body exploded. However, he still charged toward Zhao Yu. Humph! As long as I can capture Zhao Yu, even if I have to destroy half of my demonic soul, I can make this brat hesitate to attack me. He won't dare to go against me again. One had to admit that the human demon's intelligence was terrifying. He immediately thought of a way to turn defeat into victory when the situation was unfavorable to him. At the same time, with the human demon's strength, if he wanted to escape, no martial emperor would be able to stop him. Even if Yi Fei used the Greater Void steps, he would not be able to catch up with the human demon's terrifying speed after he activated his demonic soul. Zhao Yu. Yi Fei's face suddenly turned pale. He looked in shock and fear in Zhao Yu's direction. Chapter 17:20. Zhao Yu, don't do anything stupid. As soon as Yi Fei charged out of the heavenly fiend formation, he saw Zhao Yu releasing her primordial spirit, intending to take the human demon down with her. It had to be said that the women of the Zhao family were known for their ferocity in the northern region. When Zhao Yu was fierce, she was like an enraged tigress. If the situation was unfavorable, she would self-detonate. There was no room for negotiation. This gave the human demon a fright. But soon he laughed sinisterly. I don't believe that both of you women are like this. If one of you dies, I'll capture the other. Suddenly, In the face of Zhao Yu's threatening self-detonation, the human demon planned to avoid Zhao Yu and capture Lu Qing by force. Lu Qing was so angry that her hair stood on end. She had the urge to cry. She clearly had no relationship with Yi Fei, but gossip was a fearful thing. The influence of rumors was limitless. Even the human demon believed them and thought she was Yi Fei's woman. At the same time, a strong sense of defiance made Lu Qing furious. Since Zhao Yu dared to self-detonate to threaten the human demon, why couldn't she do the same? Therefore, without waiting for the human devil to charge over, Lu Qing let out a cold snort and quickly released his lightning yuan spirit. She wanted to self-detonate on the spot to scare the human demon away. You too, do you really think I'm so easily frightened? The human demon was suddenly enraged. He could understand if one person self-detonated, but two people self-detonating was too strange. He immediately determined that Zhao Yu and Lu Qing were bluffing. Shrouding Heaven's bone, hand struck out again. The human demon chose to take the risk. Whether or not Zhao Yu and Lu Qing self-detonated, he wanted to capture them and use them to threaten Yi Fei. No! Seeing this, Yi Fei's expression changed drastically. He immediately ignited his bloodline and pushed his speed to a certain limit. He charged at the human demon at an even faster speed. Yi Fei's sword light was about to touch the human demon's body, but he was still a step too late. The human demon's bone hand had already reached for Zhao Yu faster than him. A cold and resolute expression flashed across Zhao Yu's face. Yi Fei, I'm going. Boom! Zhao Yu's heavenly Tao primordial spirit ignited and was about to self-detonate to take the human demon down with him. Lu Qing was unconvinced. She also ignited her bloodline and prepared to self-detonate. But before they could succeed, an even louder phoenix cry suddenly came from Zhao Yu's body. Then, a simple and unadorned ring flew out from Zhao Yu's body. It's that! Zhao Yu's heart trembled. She recognized the ring at a glance. It was the divine artifact ring that the Demon Crown Prince had given her. He said that as long as she wore it, Zhao Yu would become a true empress. The ring was also very intelligent. Zhao Yu had thrown away several times, but every time she threw it away, the ring would quickly return to Zhao Yu's side. When it sensed that Zhao Yu was in grave danger, the ring suddenly erupted with the light of a divine artifact. This light caused the world to pause for a moment. Then, an ice-fire phoenix covered in ice flames rushed out from the light. At this moment, it was actually flapping its ice wings. At the same time, Zhao Yu and Lu Qing were slapped into a magical stargate. That's a starry gate. That's a starry sky ring unique to the human battlefield. Damn it, I've been tricked. Stay. The human demon was about to go crazy. Given his strength, even if Lu Qing and Zhao Yu were tied together, he wouldn't be able to suppress them with a single hand. However, when the starry sky ring appeared, the human demon could only watch helplessly as Zhao Yu and Lu Qing were forcefully activated by the artifact spirit hidden in the starry sky ring. The human demon was furious. What's going on? Although the ring is a divine artifact, Zhao Yu hasn't accepted it as her master. How could it activate on its own? It didn't even hesitate to self-destruct to take Zhao Yu away. Generally speaking, a divine artifact without an owner wouldn't be able to unleash its power. If it was forced to unleash its power, it would only self-destruct. The starry sky ring had self-destructed in order to interrupt Zhao Yu's primordial spirit self-destruction. In the end, it had opened a mysterious starry sky gate in the void and brought Zhao Yu and Lu Qing in. While Yi Fei was shocked, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Then, this stabbing pain turned into immense anger and regret. I hate it. If I had the power to defeat the human demon, Zhao Yu wouldn't have chosen to self-destruct and activate the starry sky ring. The artifact spirit inside wouldn't have sacrificed itself to take Zhao Yu away and implicate Lu Qing. Human demon, now that you're satisfied, now that you're comfortable, if anything happens to Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, I'll take your life. Roar. His bright eyes suddenly turned dark and flashed with a bloodthirsty and crazed light. Yi Fei threw himself at the closed gate with all his might. However, apart from Zhao Yu's lingering fragrance, he didn't catch anything. He could only watch as Zhao Yu disappeared before his eyes. His intense anger made Yi Fei lose all reason. He started to charge at the human demon like a madman. The unbounded sword in his hand carried a resplendent starlight as it smashed the human demon back, causing him to vomit blood. However, before the human demon could retreat, kill, Yi Fei roared like a completely enraged war demon. He was like an Azura that would never stop slaughtering. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the human demon. He brazenly ignored the human demon's bony claws that pierced through his chest and dug a deep bloody hole in his body. The heavy, unbounded sword was like a boiling star at this moment. Its fury melted the space, and the unbounded sword shattered the world. Bang! Under the horrified gaze of the human demon, Yi Fei's sword actually smashed apart 2/3 of the demon god formed by the human demon's devil souls. He's crazy. Just because he lost 2 women, he actually went crazy enough to trade his life for mine, regardless of the cost. Dark Demon Fist. The human demon was unwilling to give up. He erupted with the last of his strength and once again waved his demonic darkness fist, forming 2 terrifying dark stars that smashed fiercely at Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei's performance completely frightened the human demon. Seeing the 2 dark stars descending, Yi Fei didn't dodge at all. Instead, he crazily burned his bloodline and condensed his bloodline divine armor. He continued to smash the unbounded sword at the human demon. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 10 swords, 100 swords. Kaboom! When Yi Fei was covered in blood and dozens of bloody holes had been smashed into his body by the human demon, Yi Fei's unbounded sword had completely shattered the human demon's demon soul. It formed a terrifying, explosive shockwave in the sky that covered 100,000 miles. Even Jinwu. Chapter 17:21. Boom! The shockwave from the human demon's explosion lasted for a few minutes before it gradually calmed down. However, Yi Fei's heart was still in pain. His body was still burning with rage. Human demon. Intense hatred suddenly flashed through Yi Fei's body. With this hatred, Yi Fei did not intend to stop fighting. He took a step into the void and charged toward the land of buried gods. This caused the Central State's powers to be so scared that their voices started to tremble. Heavens! Has Demon Yi gone mad? It's not enough that he destroyed the human demon's clone. Is he going to the land of buried gods to fight the human demon's true body? Crazy. This Yi Fei is completely crazy. The human demon's true body is a martial god. He's not even a martial emperor. How dare he challenge a martial god? That's not necessarily true. The human demon has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. His true body spirit is extremely weak. Since Yi Fei can destroy the human demon's clone, why can't he defeat the human demon's true body? There were also people who were filled with anticipation for Yi Fei's actions. After all, as long as the human demon was alive, he would always be a hidden danger to the Central Plains. If Yi Fei could really kill the human demon, it would definitely be a blessing for the entire Tianwu continent. Let's go take a look. We can't miss the peak battle between Yi Fei and the human demon. Seeing Yi Fei leave, the Central Plains forces also made their move. They all headed toward the land of buried gods to witness this unprecedented battle. At this moment, the weather in the land of buried gods had changed. Terrifying roars could be heard from time to time. Those roars caused the vicious beasts living in the land of buried gods to involuntarily tremble. Those were the human demon's roars. After the human demon destroyed the human demon's clone, the human demon's true body had been awakened. This caused the human demon to be especially furious. That damned Yi Fei! Even when I was besieged by all the martial gods of the Tianwu continent, I didn't lose so miserably. He actually destroyed this sovereign's devil soul. This sovereign wants to kill him. Boom! Following the human demon's rage, the entire land of buried gods began to shake violently. However, before the human demon could charge out of the land of buried gods, The figures of martial gods suddenly appeared in the sky above the land of buried gods. They sat cross-legged in the air and turned into layers of mysterious talisman symbols. Seal the land of buried gods together with the human demon. However, before these seals could be formed, outside the land of buried gods, there was a sudden explosion. Yifei wielded the limitless sword and slashed apart the seal of the land of buried gods as he strode in. Human demon, come out and fight me. The whistling sword light tore through the sky. The anger of losing Zhao Yu had caused Yifei to lose his mind. He didn't want to think about anything else now. He only wanted to call out the murderous demon and kill him. Junior Scram, don't think that you can oppose me just because you defeated my clone. I swear that once I'm free, the first thing I'll do is kill you as a sacrifice to the heavens. The human demon's furious roar came from the void. He wanted to attack, but the seals around him made it so that he couldn't take a single step out of the land of buried gods. That was unless the human demon dared to split his devil soul again. However, ever since Yifei had destroyed his devil soul with the limitless sword, the human demon no longer dared to split his devil soul. After all, the greater the loss of his devil soul, the more difficult it would be for him to escape. In the end, the human demon simply ignored Yifei's provocation and allowed the martial god clones to seal him once more. They dragged him back into the void and sealed him up completely. Ha ha ha, Yifei, hate as much as you want. One day, you'll understand that only hatred can bring you endless power. The human demon's voice completely disappeared. He had fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, the human demon would quickly recover the portion of his devil soul that he had lost. Seeing this, Yifei suddenly had the impulse to break the seals and charge in to fight the human demon to the death. However, before he could do such a crazy thing, Xiao Chao suddenly brought the dragon turtle and quickly ran out of the beast mark space. Knowing that Yifei was very upset, Xiao Chao's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He hurriedly gestured to Yifei and told Yifei not to touch the seals. Once they were touched, not only would the entire Tianwu continent suffer a calamity, even the land of buried gods would be completely destroyed. Xiao Chao's words caused Yifei to gradually calm down from his extreme anger. Then, a lingering fear appeared in his heart. Xiao Chao is right. If I ignored the consequences and really broke the seals, then I would be fulfilling the human demon's wish. I can't do that. No matter how much I hate the human demon, I have to maintain my rationality. Yifei took a few deep breaths. Yifei finally forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at Xiao Chao and suddenly thought of the heavenly Dao tree in the martial god space. Since I can't kill the human demon for now, I should ask the heavenly Dao tree about Xiao Chao's background. During the ancient calamity, although the 7 martial gods of the 6 sacred sects had defeated the human demon, they had been unable to kill him. Thus, they had turned the human demon's flesh and blood into the land of buried gods. Then, they had turned the human demon's martial god world into the martial god space. However, for some unknown reason, the heavenly Dao tree and Xiao Chao had appeared in the human demon's martial god space. Now that Yifei had calmed down, he wanted to solve this mystery. After entering the martial god space, Yifei directly rushed to the space where the heavenly Dao tree was. Knowing that they were going home, Xiao Chao happily led the way with the dragon turtle. Unfortunately, the expected scene of countless spiritual creatures welcoming them did not appear. The heavenly Dao tree was also nowhere to be seen. Yifei was very surprised. He still remembered that when he first came here, there was not only the heavenly Dao tree, but also many other spiritual creatures. There were also many spiritual herbs that could transform into vicious beasts and form an army to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. But now, there was nothing here. There were neither spiritual creatures nor the heavenly Dao tree. Finally, Yifei used his divine will to search the entire martial god space, but he still did not find any spiritual creatures. What's going on? How could all the spiritual creatures here have disappeared? Xiao Chao, do you know what's going on? Yifei asked Xiao Chao. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao's eyes were brimming with tears. Other than shaking her head, all she could do was wipe her tears. She looked very weak. Obviously, Xiao Qiao was also very sad about the sudden disappearance of the heavenly Dao tree and her companions. Then, Xiao Qiao suddenly remembered something. She quickly ran to a stone wall. That stone wall was originally another strange space. There were also many spiritual creatures living in it. But now these spiritual creatures had all disappeared. The entire stone wall was empty. Chapter 17:22. What does this mean? Could these words have been left behind by the heavenly Dao tree? Yi Fei felt that it was very strange. He began to walk around the stone wall and carefully examine it. In the end, he really did find many clues. Around the stone walls, Yi Fei discovered that many places were clearly emitting scorch marks. These marks were very similar to the marks of being struck by lightning tribulation. Could it be that the heavenly Dao tree underwent its tribulation? There are no signs of damage here. Could it be that after the heavenly Dao tree underwent its tribulation, it took the other spiritual items and left the battle god space? Xiao Qiao, don't worry. The heavenly Dao tree and your friends are fine. They just left the land of buried gods after undergoing their tribulation. If there's a chance in the future, you will definitely meet again. Seeing Xiao Qiao crying so sadly, Yi Fei could only comfort Xiao Qiao like this. However, what he said was not without basis. After all, there were no signs of any spiritual items dying here. This meant that the heavenly Dao tree had most likely undergone its tribulation successfully. It was just that for some reason, the heavenly Dao tree felt that it was no longer safe here. That was why it took all the spiritual items and suddenly left. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao stopped crying and became happy again. After all, it was difficult for spiritual items to cultivate and even more difficult to undergo a tribulation. The fact that the heavenly Dao tree had successfully undergone its tribulation was something to be happy about. The only thing that made Xiao Qiao unhappy was that the heavenly Dao tree had suddenly left without saying anything. Yi Fei was also very depressed about this. He originally wanted to find the heavenly Dao tree to find out more about Xiao Qiao's background. In the end, after the heavenly Dao tree left, he had even less of a chance. As for the words left behind by the heavenly Dao tree, Yi Fei did not understand what was going on at all. He could only remember it in his heart. When he had time, he planned to find some seniors to find out what kind of person the spiritual emperor was. Not wanting Xiao Qiao to stay here and be sad, Yi Fei quickly said, "Xiao Qiao, let's go. Go back and cultivate hard. I believe that we will definitely see the heavenly Dao tree and your friends again." Xiao Qiao was also very serious this time. She nodded vigorously, indicating that she would work hard to eat spirit stones and sleep after they returned. Yi Fei and the dragon turtle's faces darkened when they heard this. However, when he thought about how Xiao Qiao's sleep was also a form of cultivation, Yi Fei quickly became speechless. He could only quickly bring Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle away from this sad place. When Yi Fei came out of the land of buried gods, countless warriors had already gathered outside. Some of them were excited, while others were worried. However, when they saw Yi Fei come out so quickly, many of them were stunned. The Grand Dean and Shang Jing hurriedly rushed to Yi Fei's side. Only when they saw that Yi Fei was fine and that even the injuries he had suffered from the human demon were completely healed by the heavenly tribulation liquid did the two of them heave a sigh of relief. Then Shang Jing started complaining. "Yi Fei, you were really too impulsive this time. Did you think the human demon was so easy to kill? Perhaps he wanted to provoke you so that you would charge into the land of buried gods and help him break the seal there." Shang Jing's words made Yi Fei feel a sense of lingering fear. Since the human demon could use Fu Renjie as a pawn to escape, it was possible that he could also use him as a pawn to break the seal. After all, with his angry state just now, if Xiao Qiao hadn't stopped him, it was very likely that he would have done so. He would have lost his mind and attacked the seals of the martial gods. When he thought of this, Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he hurriedly apologized to Shang Jing and the Grand Dean with a guilty expression Alliance Chief, Grand Dean, it was my fault just now. I was too impulsive. However, I have calmed down now. I didn't touch the seal of the land of buried gods. I will definitely find them and make up for my mistake, no matter where Zhao Yu and Lu Qing were teleported to. Yi Fei's expression was filled with determination. Then, he looked at the limitless sword god who had rushed over and ordered, "Limitless sword god, limitless sword god, there's nothing for you to do here. Protect everyone and return to the true martial sacred academy first." "Yi Fei, you're not coming with us?" Qing asked doubtfully. "I won't go. Zhao Yu and Lu Qing were implicated by me. I should go to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and the Lu clan one by one. Besides, our true martial sacred academy has declined for so long. It's time for everyone to officially recognize our true martial sacred academy's position." Yi Fei suddenly erupted with a battle intent. Although this shocking battle intent had destroyed the human demon and temporarily stopped the human demon's plan to escape, the true martial sacred academy still didn't have the true martial sacred academy. But in the central continent, the threat of the real martial sacred academy was still there. The biggest threat was the three sacred academies and the Tian Fa quasi-emperor. Therefore, after leaving the burial ground of gods, Yi Fei quickly came to the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, which was currently the strongest sacred academy in the central continent. In the past, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy had planned to annex the other three sacred academies and establish the only sacred academy in the central continent. Even now, they still hadn't given up on their evil intentions. However, after hearing the news that Yi Fei had rushed to the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, the entire Sacred Academy, all the martial emperors and quasi-emperors were in a mess. What should we do? That demon Yi is famous for destroying sects in the starry sky. Now that he has come to our Divine Martial Sacred Academy, he must be here to destroy our sect. Nonsense. Goddess Lu Qing is a member of our Shenwu Sacred Academy. No matter how ruthless that demon Yi is, he wouldn't go so far as to destroy his woman's sect. Some quasi-emperors placed their hopes on Lu Qing. The dean, who knew the inside story, immediately paled. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that the rumors about Lu Qing and Yi Fei had been planned by the legalists and the Tian Fa quasi-emperor. They wanted to have enough reason to attack Yi Fei and the true martial sacred academy. If Yi Fei had feelings for Lu Qing, he would have had feelings for her. It was fine if she had a good impression of him, but if she didn't, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy would be annihilated if Demon Yi came. "Dean, what should we do?" In the end, almost all the quasi-emperors looked at the Divine Martial Sacred Academy in fear. The dean also closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, they were suddenly filled with ruthlessness and coldness. He said in a low voice, "What else can we do? The current demon Yi is already invincible. If we want to obtain his forgiveness, the only way is to reconcile with him. Pass on my orders. Tell him to kill all the martial emperors and quasi-emperors who betrayed the true martial sacred academy and came to our divine martial sacred academy. Only by using their heads can we prove our sincerity. Anyway, they're just traitors of the true martial sacred academy. Kill them all, and we might be able to obtain Demon Ye's forgiveness." The eyes of the other elders of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy lit up. Although doing this might cause the reputation of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy to plummet, compared to the destruction of their sect, it was better to lose some prestige. What was the point of reputation? Therefore, before Yi Fei arrived, the entire Divine Martial Sacred Academy had already erupted into a shocking internal strife. All the martial emperors and quasi-emperors who had betrayed the true martial sacred academy and joined the Divine Martial Sacred Academy had been purged. Their heads were personally held by the dean of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy and offered to Yi Fei. Chapter 17:23. Yi Fei sighed when he saw the heads in front of him. He had only wanted to warn the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. Who would have thought that the Divine Martial Sacred Academy would kill all the traitors of the true Martial Sacred Academy in order to protect themselves? However, since the Sacred Martial Academy had made such a move, it would be inappropriate for him to continue suppressing the Sacred Martial Academy. After all, Lu Qing was also from the Sacred Martial Academy. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's expression softened. He said in a low voice, "Send the 20 spiritual veins to the Sacred Martial Academy now. Don't blame me for being merciless." Then, Yi Fei turned around and left. The Dean of the Divine Martial Sacred Courtyard was standing there happily. He didn't say anything and hurriedly organized the emperors to send the 20 spiritual veins to the Divine Martial Sacred Courtyard as fast as they could. Not long after, the news of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy's compromise spread throughout the Central Continent through various channels. Many people were surprised and frightened at the same time. "Dean, we can't hesitate anymore. The Divine Martial Sacred Academy has already compromised. If we don't make a decision now, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy will be destroyed if Demon Yi comes here." In the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, many quasi-emperors and martial emperors gathered together to discuss the matter of Yi Fei. The Dean of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Since things have already come to this, we can only follow the Divine Martial Sacred Academy's plan and kill the traitors of the true Martial Sacred Academy. Also, hand over the Empress Dowager." The Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy was also ruthless. Not only did he kill the traitor of the true Martial Sacred Academy before Yi Fei arrived, he also wanted to tie up the Empress Dowager and hand her over to Yi Fei. At that moment, the Empress Dowager was eating. When she heard that the martial emperors are going to tie her up and hand her over to Yi Fei, she was so angry that she picked up her chopsticks and broke the bottom of her bowl. "How dare you? Demon Yi, even if he dies, don't think about harming my granddaughter." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Not only did she not eat, she even poked a big hole in the bottom of the bowl. From this, it could be seen how much the Empress Dowager hated Yi Fei. Because of the Empress Dowager's attitude, the Dean of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy was even more determined to hand her. Therefore, when Yi Fei arrived of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, he saw the Empress Dowager Zhao. She was Empress Dowager of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Holy. If they had known that Yi Fei would have such accomplishments, they would have snatched Yi Fei and brought him to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. "Dean of the Heavenly Tao, you can get up. Come to think of it, I have some connections with the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Back then, when I was in the Outer Sea, I even learned a portion of the Heavenly Tao sword cannon. Forget it. For the sake of Zhao Yu, I will let bygones be bygones." After saying that, Yi Fei turned around and left. His original intention was to intimidate the 3 great sacred academies and clean up those traitors who had betrayed the true Martial Sacred Academy. Since the Divine Martial Sacred Academy and the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy had tactfully dealt with these traitors in advance, he had no reason to continue attacking them. Moreover, 20 spirit veins were not a small number in the Central Continent. After losing so many spirit veins, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy and the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy had already suffered a great loss. The true Martial Sacred Academy that had obtained these spirit veins would only become stronger and stronger. Even if he did not make a move, the 3 great sacred academies would not be able to do anything to the true Martial Sacred Academy in the future. What threat would they pose? As for the tied-up old Empress Dowager, although Yi Fei's heart was filled with anger, this old Empress Dowager was still Zhao Qianjuan's mother and Zhao Yu's grandmother. He couldn't kill her, and it wasn't appropriate to let her go either. Yi Fei might as well treat the old Empress Dowager as heir. At this moment, he didn't say anything. He turned around and left, leaving behind the group of quasi-emperors from the Heavenly Tao Academy. They stood there awkwardly, feeling that it wasn't appropriate to let the old Empress Dowager go. The old Empress Dowager had also thought about how Yi Fei would ridicule her when she saw her like this. However, the only thing she didn't expect was that Yi Fei would actually completely ignore her and treat her like heir. This caused the self-proclaimed wise and resourceful old Empress Dowager to tremble in anger. Trembling, she couldn't help but curse like a shrew. "Stinking brat, what are you so arrogant for? When I was in control of the palace and strategizing, you were still rolling on the ground playing with mud. Truly, a barren mountain produces a boorish man, and a wicked person produces a wicked person. This is so infuriating." From then on, the old Empress Dowager had another habit. When she ate, she would poke the bottom of her bowl 3 times and scold Yi Fei before she could eat. When she slept, the old Empress Dowager would also curse Yi Fei. Otherwise, she would be so angry that she wouldn't be able to sleep well. However, Yi Fei wouldn't know about this. After leaving the Heavenly Tao Academy, he quickly arrived at the Heavenly Book Academy. Just like the Heavenly Book Academy, the Heavenly Book Academy's dean received the news. Not only did he bring all the quasi-emperors and martial emperors to welcome him, he even took out 20 spirit veins and offered them to the true martial academy. Yi Fei didn't say much. He only told them about Dongfang Yu's situation. In the end, he came to a valley that contained boundless lightning. This valley was called the Wind Thunder Valley. It was once the mountain gate of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect, an ancient sacred sect. Later, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect and turned this place into the foundation of the Liu clan. At this moment, at the entrance of the Wind Thunder Valley, a middle-aged man whose body was emitting lightning was sitting at the peak of the lightning. He was calmly drinking tea. Behind him, countless Liu clan disciples were frightened. "Clan head, that demon Yi has already appeared in the outer Wind Thunder City. He's finally here. Open the restrictive spell and let him in." The Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor sighed and drank the tea in his hand. His words made the surrounding Liu clan disciples pale. If the restrictive spell was opened, they could still resist for a while. However, if the restrictive spell was opened, the entire Liu clan would be defenseless. "Clan head, Demon Yi is coming aggressively. It's not good for us to do this, right?" An elder of the Liu clan said carefully. Chapter 1724. Interesting. Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa, you are indeed worthy of being the person who suppressed the real martial sacred academy to the brink of decline. You are indeed a character. Yi Fei took a step into the void. In the next step, he was already sitting cross-legged in front of the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. An austere aura surged from his body, causing many elders of the Liu family to turn pale. Only the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa remained calm, as if he did not sense Yi Fei's killing intent. He calmly handed over a cup of freshly brewed tea and said, "Strictly speaking, you and I are fellow disciples. We both received the inheritance of divine Emperor Zhenwu. I received the Tian Fa, but you received the Zhenwu, the fortune of life. Junior martial brother, please." Yi Fei did not take the tea. He only looked coldly at the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you. We are fellow disciples. You and Lu Qing are friends in adversity. Also, isn't the method to enter the battlefield of the human race enough to resolve our grudges?" The Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa smiled faintly, but his smile was filled with helplessness. As a powerful Quasi-Emperor who had suppressed the real martial sacred academy to the brink of decline with his own strength, the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa was undoubtedly proud. This pride often caused the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa to look down on Yi Fei. This was also why when Yi Fei fully matured, the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa became as proud as he was. He had no choice but to lower his head to the junior he had once looked down on. At this moment, the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa was actually feeling very depressed. His lowering of his head was a disguised form of begging for mercy. This caused many of the Liu family's elders to look sorrowful, but there was nothing they could do. When Yi Fei heard the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa's words, he was so shocked that he nearly jumped up. "What did you say? You have a way to enter the battlefield of the human race?" Yi Fei still remembered that before the human demon died, He had said that Zhao Yu and Lu Qing had been sent to the battlefield of the human race. However, he did not know where the battlefield of the human race was. That's right. I know the exact method to go to the human battlefield. Other than me, no one else on the Martial Heaven continent can help you. Do you know why? The Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor asked. However, before Yi Fei could ask, the Quasi-Emperor explained, because only martial emperors can enter the human race battlefield. The reason why the ancient martial gods had spent so much effort to build the ancient road of the starry sky was secondary. Their true purpose was to defend against the invasion of the sorcerer tribe. That's why we need to cultivate absolute elites who can enter the human battlefield. So, the ancient path of stars is a trial that leads to the human battlefield? How do you know these secrets? Why have I never heard of them in the true martial sacred courtyard? Yi Fei looked at the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor in confusion. However, he slowly withdrew his killing chi. The Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor nodded indifferently and said, "Of course you have not heard of them. Only martial emperors are qualified to know the secrets of a human battlefield. Since the ancient catastrophe, a large number of ancient books have been lost in the Martial Heaven continent. I was also lucky to know about the human battlefield from the small world of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect. I know about the existence of the human battlefield. As for the specifics, you'd better see for yourself." After the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor finished speaking, he handed over a black book. Yi Fei took it and was surprised to find that it was a cultivation manual for the human battlefield. In this manual, the specific method to go to the human battlefield was recorded in detail, as well as the origin of the human battlefield. Only then did Yi Fei know that in ancient times, the Martial Heaven continent was not the only continent that had been attacked by the sorcerer tribe. The other continents that had heavenly venerate origins had also been attacked by the sorcerer tribe. In order to deal with the sorcerer tribe's attack and to prevent the human race from being enslaved by the sorcerer tribe, the only 5 earthly venerates of the human race joined forces and built the human battlefield. It happened to block the most important route of the sorcerer tribe. From then on, the human battlefield became the most important battlefield between the human race and the sorcerer tribe. At the front line. I see. No wonder the sorcerer tribe would only attack the Martial Heaven continent once every tens of thousands of years. It turns out that the sorcerer tribe's army can only break in once every tens of thousands of years by exploiting the loophole in the human battlefield's defensive line. However, the Martial Heaven continent was unlucky. It happened to be the closest to the loophole in the defensive line. This led to the tragic war between the ancient times and the ancient times. After reading the book in his hand, Yi Fei took a deep breath. Only then did he know how intense the battle between the human race and the sorcerer tribe was in order to fight for the heavenly venerate origins. Even the ancient star road built by the martial gods of the ancient times was actually an extension of the human battlefield. If the ancient star road is to nurture martial emperors and quasi-emperors, then the human battlefield is to nurture martial emperors and martial gods. However, only martial emperors have the qualifications to enter the human battlefield unconditionally. If people who are not martial emperors want to enter, unless they are like Zhao Yu, who accidentally entered. Otherwise, they must obtain a summoning order to have the qualifications to enter. No wonder the Demon Crown Prince was so eager to make Zhao Yu the Empress. It's very likely that he wants to obtain the qualifications to enter the human battlefield through Zhao Yu. Yi Fei secretly speculated. After all, martial emperors and martial gods were not cultivated, but fought, and the human battlefield happened to be a holy land for fighting. It was also a supreme treasure land for breaking through to martial emperors and martial gods. If Yi Fei was the Demon Crown Prince and knew of such a place, he would definitely do everything possible to find a way to enter the human battlefield. However, it was a pity that the summoning order for those below the martial emperor level was not only rare, but it would only be issued once every 500 years. When it was distributed to the various human continents, there were only about 10 summoning orders. Furthermore, the continent had to have a martial god to hold down the fort in order to receive a summoning order from the human battlefield. Ever since the ancient catastrophe, no martial god had been born in the Tianwu continent for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it was impossible to receive a summoning order from the human battlefield. Over time, the vast majority of martial artists had even forgotten about the existence of the human battlefield. I didn't expect the human battlefield to be like this. It's just that our Tianwu continent has not received a summoning order for tens of thousands of years. Even if we know about the human battlefield, we have no way to enter. Yi Fei was very depressed. He had finally found a path with great difficulty, but this path was indeed a dead end. A path. I understand how you feel. When I learned that Qing'er had been implicated and was sent to the battlefield of the human race, I was also shocked. If I hadn't accidentally remembered that I still have a few summoning tokens for the battlefield of the human race, I wouldn't know what to do. The Quasi-Emperor of Tian Fa also sighed heavily. Chapter 1725. Hearing this, even many of the elders of the Liu family were shocked and looked at the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor in confusion. The Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor did not say anything. He just took out 10 tokens made of strange metal and handed them to Yi Fei. Junior brother, this is the summoning token of the human race battlefield. Now, do you believe me? Sincerity? All right, I can treat you as my senior brother, but you have to tell me how you obtained these summoning tokens. Yi Fei could not refuse this temptation. With these summoning tokens, he could go to the human race battlefield and find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing to make up for his regrets. Seeing that Yi Fei had finally changed his words and admitted the relationship between the two sides, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor was clearly relieved. He laughed and said, "Actually, these summoning tokens were all obtained in the small world of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect. Back then, during the ancient catastrophe, most of the martial gods chose to fight to the death with the human devil, but some of them chose to escape. For example, the Heavenly Thunder martial god of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect was a very timid martial god. He did not dare to face the human devil and could only escape to the human race battlefield. However, he felt ashamed in his heart, so before he escaped, he left behind the small world of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect and 10 summoning tokens of the human race battlefield. I hope that among our descendants, there will be some amazing people who can return to the human race battlefield and obtain the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor martial god realm." With that, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor looked at Yi Fei with bright eyes. Yi Fei lowered his head and held the 10 summoning tokens without saying a word. He was struggling in his heart. On one hand, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor was the biggest traitor of the true martial sacred academy and had suppressed the true martial sacred academy to the point of almost being destroyed. But on the other hand, the clues and summoning tokens provided by the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor were what he needed most at the moment. He absolutely could not give up on what he needed. This was also the key to finding Zhao Yu and Lu Qing. Thinking of this, although he was still a little unhappy, Yi Fei finally said in a deep voice, "Logically, you betrayed the true martial sacred academy, so I must kill you. Logically, you are Lu Qing's grandfather, and Lu Qing and I are good friends who have gone through thick and thin. I can't kill you. Forget it, I won't kill you, but I need to bring some things back to give the Grand Supreme Dean an explanation." Yi Fei intended to force the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor to hand over the 20 spirit veins just like he did with the 3 sacred academies. Of course, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor had already inquired about the 3 sacred academies' compromise plan. "I'm sorry. I gave you 50 spirit veins last time, and my Liu clan has suffered quite a bit. I can't give you more spirit veins, but you can take this thing away. If the Grand Supreme Dean still insists on killing me, then tell him that I'll wait for him to kill me." After the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out his saber and chopped off one of his arms, placing it in front of Yi Fei. "Patriarch!" The elders of the Liu family were all shocked. senior brother. Yifei was also shocked. He did not expect the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa to be so decisive and unyielding. He would rather lose his arm than let his family suffer any more losses. Putting aside the grudges of the true martial sacred academy, Yifei actually admired the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa in his heart. After all, not everyone could be like the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa, who would rather lose his arm to protect his family. This not only required responsibility, but also courage and boldness. Say no more. Junior brother, please hand this arm to the Grand Supreme Dean and tell him that what happened back then was not me being unjust. It was the Sacred Academy that was heartless. If one arm is not enough, I will order someone to bring my head to him. Please. The quasi-emperor of Tian Fa raised his teacup with one arm. His expression was still calm, as if he was not the one who chopped off his arm. Senior brother, please. Yifei's expression changed. He admitted in his heart that the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa was indeed an amazing, true hero. Without hesitation, he also raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. After that, he did not say anything else. He just took the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa's severed arm and fled into the void. Only then did a group of Lu clan elders rush over. They said nervously and fearfully, "Patriarch, why do you have to do this? No matter how strong Demon Yi is, we can't afford to offend him. We could just hide in the starry sky. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" "Hide? I, Lu Mingyue, have been unhindered my entire life. For the sake of my family, I can lower my head. I can die in battle. However, I cannot run away. Running away is not something I do. But what if the true martial Sacred Academy is still unwilling to let Patriarch off?" Another Lu clan elder asked worriedly. "Then you could chop off my head and send it over," the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa said with a smile. The true martial Sacred Academy. When they saw the thunderous arm that Yifei brought back, even Shi Yingqing, the White Tiger, and the Vermilion Bird Deans, who deeply hated the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa, were shocked. What a brave man who severed his arm. Putting aside the grudges between us, Lu Mingyue is indeed a hero. Unfortunately, it would be great if he did not betray the true martial Sacred Academy. The Grand Supreme Headmaster also sighed. Then he directly tore off a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped it around the lightning arm. He ordered someone to call Elder Lu over and said, "Lu Feng, in the true martial Sacred Academy, you and Lu Mingyue were like brothers. Take this severed arm and return it to him." "Grand Dean, you mean?" Old Lu's heart trembled. Back then, Lu Mingyue was in the wrong first. Our true martial Sacred Academy was also in the wrong. However, there is no distinction between who was wrong first. A mistake is a mistake. Tell him that we will not pursue the grudges from back then. This can be considered leaving a way out for our true martial Sacred Academy. The Grand Dean said indifferently. Shi Yingqing and the other two nodded thoughtfully. They did not object to the Grand Dean's words. In the end, blindly acting tough would only bring about temporary submission. It would also cause the other factions to feel danger. Sometimes, acting tough with gentleness was more suitable for the true martial Sacred Academy's development. Yifei's heart was filled with admiration for the Tian Fa quasi-emperor. Naturally, he would not object to the Grand Dean's suggestion. Now that the matter with the Tian Fa quasi-emperor had been resolved, he thought of something and hastily entered the Heaven Fiend formation. "Little Master." The Heaven Fiend formation's spirit immediately appeared and bowed to Yifei. Yifei nodded in return. Then, he looked at the unconscious Fu Renjie and asked, "How is Fu Renjie? Can he wake up?" "It's hard to say. The human demon planted a heart devil in this brat's body. If he wants to wake up, he will have to remove his heart devil seed. However, this method is not something I can do. Unless you can find a peak evil demon grandmaster in the martial heaven continent, perhaps there is a way to save him." "I hope so," said the Heaven Fiend formation spirit. "Evil demon sect leader, I wonder if the guardian elder counts?" Yifei's eyes lit up. The first person he thought of was the guardian elder. After all, This elder came from the evil demon's sacred palace. He was definitely a standard old devil. However, this old devil always liked to emphasize that he was a good person. Coincidentally, after dealing with the matters of the true martial sacred academy, Yi Fei was planning to return to the northern region. Bringing Fu Renjie along was also on the way. Great. As long as I return to the northern region and deal with the matters of the family Yi and Fu Renjie, I can go to the human race battlefield without any distractions. Zhao Yu, I will definitely find you. And Lu Qing, I will definitely find her. Chapter 17:26. Shocked by the strength that Yi Fei had displayed, as well as the 10,000-strong army of cultivators, the three sacred academies acted quickly. As soon as Yi Fei returned to the true martial sacred academy, the three sacred academies had already sent over 20 martial monarchs carrying huge spirit veins to apologize. At the same time, the three sacred academies bowed their heads. This meant that the true martial sacred academy had not fallen and was heading towards glory, once again becoming the top sacred academy of the Central Plains. Just as countless disciples were cheering for the rise of the true martial sacred academy, Yi Fei had already planned to leave with Fu Renjie. As for the limitless sword god's starry sky army, after dealing with the human demon, they dispersed. Some returned to the starry sky, while others stayed in the Central Plains to make friends. The various powers of the Central Plains. Due to the rise of Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the others, the Starry Sky sects no longer dared to casually look down on the cultivators of the continent. On the contrary, many Starry Sky sects used a cautious attitude to make friends with the Tianwu continent. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the great era had yet to begin. However, so many peerless geniuses had already appeared in the Central Plains. Once the great era officially began, the rise of the entire Tianwu continent would be unstoppable. Since they could not stop it, they could only comply. Under Yi Fei's instructions, the primary pill school decided to give up on the ban imposed by the Starry Sky. In the future, the primary pill school would not only sell the heavenly desolate pills and half-step divine tools to the Starry Sky sects, but also to the Tianwu continent. Of course, the price would definitely be very high. However, this could not stop the enthusiasm of countless cultivators who desired to break through to the heaven-tier quasi-emperor realm. It was said that the moment the primary pill school relented, many quasi-emperors of the Tianwu continent, including the Tian Fa quasi-emperor, excitedly ran over to ask about the price of the heavenly desolate pill. As for the price, however, the three deans of the true martial sacred academy did not go over. It was not that they did not want to go, but that before Yi Fei left, he had secretly given the Supreme Dean and the three deans a heavenly desolate pill. Considering the care that Zhou Xiaoyu and Old Lu had given him, Yi Fei secretly gave them another one. Heavenly desolate pill. After that, he put down everything on hand, took the dragon turtle, Xiao Qiao, and the unconscious Fu Renjie, and left the true martial sacred academy at night. Yi Fei chose to leave at night because he did not want to disturb too many people. With his current strength and status, once he left, countless people would have come to send him off. However, what Yi Fei did not expect was that on his way out, several figures appeared one after another. He Jun, Di Fan, Shuiyu, and a few other top geniuses who had fought side by side in space had all arrived. What surprised Yi Fei the most was that even the third dean, Shi Yingqing, had come. Third principal, why are you here? Could it be that I didn't give you enough heaven desolate pellets? Yi Fei asked in surprise. Cough, cough. It's not the heavenly desolate pill. It's old ancestor Qing Shi. He wants to go to the northern region with you. Qing's face was very dark and ugly. The so-called old ancestor Qing Shi was naturally the big green stone. This big green stone was not only the legendary Enlightenment Stone, but also followed divine Emperor Zhenwu, the ancestor of the Sacred Academy. Therefore, after discovering the identity of the big green stone, the three deans not only felt like they had obtained a treasure, but also gave the big green stone an old identity. The identity of the ancestor made the big green stone the stone of the sacred academy. But the big green stone had become a spirit, and was no longer the big stone that others used to casually use. Therefore, after realizing that there might be countless quasi-emperors who used it like a rag, the big green stone thought about the painful experience and decided to follow Yifei. Although it was a little dangerous, at least, it would not become the fate of a rag. At this moment, without waiting for Shi Yingqing to speak, the big green stone had already jumped onto Yifei's head and said proudly, "Little Yifei, don't say that I didn't remind you. I'm now old ancestor Qingshi, your elder. If you don't bring me along when you go out, you're not giving me face and disrespecting me." "Elder, little Shizi, am I right?" "Yes, old ancestor, you're right. Yifei, please take care of old ancestor Qingshi. Remember, you must not be rude to old ancestor Qingshi. Do you understand?" Qingqing's face twitched. He was, after all, a few hundred years old. How could he tolerate the big green stone calling him little Shizi? After hurriedly warning Yifei, Shi Yingqing covered his face and retreated. Di Fan and the others looked at Yifei enviously. With their knowledge, of course, they could recognize that the big green stone was the Enlightenment Stone. If news of this spread, even martial emperors would fight over it. Unfortunately, the big green stone was now with Yifei, so Shuiyu and the others could only be envious. Then, everyone came up to Yifei one by one to bid him farewell. Just like when Yifei left the Middle Region, after the incident with the human demon on the ancient Starry Sky path, Di Fan and the others did not feel happy about breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. Instead, they felt that they were in grave danger. This time, the remnant soul of the human demon escaped because Yifei was there to suppress it. Next time, when Yifei was not around and the human demon escaped, who would be there to suppress it? Therefore, when they were sending them off, Di Fan did not mince his words and stated his purpose. "Yifei, at our level, breaking through to the martial emperor level is something that we need to do urgently. However, if we were to purely cultivate, it might take us hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the martial emperor level. We can't afford to wait for such a long time to reach the martial emperor level, nor are we willing to wait. Therefore, we heard that there's a shortcut to breaking through to the martial emperor level if we head to the human race battlefield." Shuiyu, the army of destruction, and the others all looked at Yifei expectantly. Yifei was speechless. He knew that it was most likely the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa who spread the news about the human race battlefield. However, he did not blame the quasi-emperor of Tian Fa for this. After all, one token was enough to go to the human race battlefield. It would be a waste to keep the rest, so he might as well give them to Di Fan and the others. This could be considered as making a few more reliable allies to deal with the human demon in the future. That's right. The human race battlefield is a battlefield that is specially used to nurture martial emperors and martial gods. However, to enter, those below the martial emperor level must have a summoning token. I took 3 of these summoning tokens. I left the remaining 7 in the true martial sacred courtyard. If you want to go, you can ask the Grand Supreme Headmaster for them. Yifei once again showed the simple smile of an honest person. However, this smile made Di Fan and the others' scalps tingle. "Yifei, you're too cunning. We asked for them from you out of friendship. If we ask for them from the true martial sacred courtyard, we must owe them a favor." "Ha ha, that's not something I should worry about. Of course, you can choose not to ask for them," Yifei said with a smile. "Get lost." Di Fan and the army of destruction cursed together. They knew that Yifei was using tricks to consolidate the position of the true martial sacred courtyard. In this way, when they took control of their own families in the future, they would not have the nerve to go against the true martial sacred courtyard. However, there were also those who did not care. For example, Shuiyu. When he heard that the true martial sacred courtyard could obtain a summoning token, he did not say anything. He held the giant sealed saber in his hand and ran to the true martial sacred courtyard to ask for a summoning token. Di Fan and the others hurriedly followed him. It was only when the crowd was far away that Yi Fei's expression changed. Just now, in front of everyone, it was not appropriate for him to touch the big green rock that the Grand Supreme Headmaster worshipped like an ancestor. Now that there were no outsiders, the big green rock actually dared to squat on his head and pretend to be a master. Yi Fei absolutely could not tolerate it. "Big green rock, get down here!" Yi Fei shouted. Chapter 17:27. Yi Fei wanted to stomp onto Qing Shi. He sneered and gave a signal to the beastmark space. Xiao Qiao ran out with the dragon turtle. He thought that the Qing Shi would be scared off by Xiao Qiao's appearance. Who knew that the Qing Shi would be so scared that the Qing Shi would run away? The Qing Shi didn't expect the Qing Shi to be so arrogant. He used his seniority to threaten. "Xiao Qiao, I can sit on your head. Don't forget my current identity. I'm Ancestor Qing Shi, the ultimate treasure of the true martial academy. My status is even above Xiao Chun's. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, then you'll be committing the crime of disrespecting your master and destroying your ancestor." Qing Shi's voice was filled with rage. Yi Fei's face twitched when he heard a Qing Shi call, "Shi Yingqing Xiao Chunzi." He finally understood how terrible Shi Yingqing's mood was when he saw the Qing Shi. Yi Fei sneered on the spot. "Ancestor Qing Shi, I'm afraid you don't know that I was expelled from the real Martial Sacred Academy a long time ago. In other words, your status as an ancestor can't suppress me." "What? Expelled? How dare you? Why didn't Xiao Chun and Xiao Shi say so earlier?" Big Green Rock was obviously stunned. Yi Fei looked at Big Green Rock with disdain. "You're acting like a big boss, putting on airs and calling out nonsense. If I were the Grand Principal, I would have ignored you on the surface, but I would have done you a favor in secret. Dragon Turtle, I'll leave it to you." Yi Fei grabbed the Qing Shi when the Qing Shi wasn't paying attention. He was about to throw the Qing Shi to the Dragon Turtle. However, the Qing Shi's reaction was faster than Yi Fei's. Before Yi Fei could throw the Qing Shi had already taken out a black wok from somewhere. It even spat fire at the bottom of the wok. The black wok turned red and hot. It was waiting for the Qing Shi to fall into the wok so that it could be fried and eaten. "Shameless black tortoise, you're already so fat, yet you're still trying to blackmail me. You're really infuriating this old ancestor." The big blue stone wouldn't jump into the oil pot that the dragon turtle had set up. It immediately jumped with all its might and habitually jumped on a Xiao Qiao's head. This was the first time that Xiao Qiao had seen the large blue stone jumping around. Her dark eyes immediately lit up with worry. Thus, Xiao Qiao happily hugged the large blue stone and slapped it on the ground with her hand. Unfortunately, the large blue stone wasn't like the dragon turtle, who ate a lot of fat and fell to the ground. It could bounce back up like a rubber ball. Xiao Qiao immediately expressed to Yi Fei that the big blue stone was not fun at all. Yi Fei also immediately reminded Xiao Qiao, "Xiao Qiao, it's not that the big blue stone can't bounce. It's just that these stones are quite cheap. If you don't believe me, you can use your whip to whip it. I guarantee that it'll bounce faster than anyone else." These words made Xiao Qiao's eyes light up again. Then, Xiao Qiao took out the deity whip and tried to whip the Qing Shi. The Qing Shi was originally lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. When it heard Yi Fei's evil plan, it immediately jumped 3 feet high in fright. It shouted angrily, "Yi, what kind of enmity do you have with me? What kind of grudge do you have against me? Why did you instigate this little girl to do this? To think that I was kind enough to come and help you." Xiao Qiao beat it. Yi Fei's expression turned even colder. A stone dared to act like a big boss in front of him. If he didn't beat it now, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Xiao Qiao also immediately took out his vine whip and pretended to be ready to hit it. The Qing Shi trembled all over. It realized that it couldn't play dead anymore, so it simply screamed, "There's no justice in this world. I've killed someone and betrayed my master. You might as well beat me to death. In any case, if you beat me to death, no one will help you suppress Fu Renjie's inner demon. Let's see what you can do then." "What? You can suppress Fu Renjie's inner demon. Did the Grand Supreme Dean specially send you here? Yifei's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped Xiao Chao. How did you know? The Qingshi was very surprised. Xiao Chun. No, Zhang Chunyang knew that it was too dangerous for you to bring Fu Renjie along. He was afraid that something might happen along the way, so he specially begged me for a long time. This big boss. No, I only came here to help you suppress the inner demon and prevent it from awakening again. Faced with Yi Fei's threat and Xiao Chao's vine whip, the Qingshi finally stopped acting like a big boss and obediently tucked its tail between its legs. Yi Fei finally understood the Qingshi's main purpose for following them. However, this was also good. The Tiansha formation's main purpose was to attack and suppress inner demons. It wasn't his forte. On the other hand, the Qingshi, as a Dao comprehension stone, might be of some use. You can follow us, but if you dare to act like a big boss in front of me again, Xiao Chao will directly serve you with my vine whip. Dragon Turtle, I'll leave this stupid rock to you, Yi Fei said to Dragon Turtle. Roar. Dragon Turtle also immediately moved to the Qingshi's side. It revealed a covetous expression as if it had seen a peerless beauty. The Qingshi was so frightened that a thick layer of moss appeared all over its body. It immediately shook its head and said, "No, definitely not. This black turtle doesn't look like a good thing. What if it eavesdrops on me? Little Yi, how about this? I won't squat on your head. I'll squat on your shoulder. What do you think?" The Qingshi didn't wait for Yi Fei's agreement and quickly jumped onto Yi Fei's shoulder. It wouldn't come down even if it was beaten to death. Dragon Turtle was instantly heartbroken. It asked itself honestly, other than being a little greedy sometimes, Dragon Turtle generally felt that it was a role model among turtles. It was a long journey from Zhongzhou to the northern region. There were no starry sky teleportation portals between the northern region and Zhongzhou. Yifei still did as usual. He rented a warship at the port of the Snow Wind Empire and set sail for the northern region. Of course, his first stop was still the Outer Seas Divine Yi sect. Calculating the time, it had been about 5 years since Yi Fei had entered the ancient road of the starry sky. In such a long time, Divine Yi sect had already developed into the strongest sect in the entire Xiexio. Yi Xiaochan and the children of Divine Yi sect had also grown rapidly under the nurturing of Hu Yanxiao. Many of them had already defeated all the experts in the entire Xiexio. Many of them were rubbing their palms and waiting for the opening of Zhongzhou's Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list so that they could enter Zhongzhou and show off their skills. Among them, Yi Xiaochan had improved the fastest. She was the first disciple that Yi Fei had taken in, and she had a special bloodline. In just 5 years, Yi Xiaochan had already broken through to the Earth Absolute rank 10. In another year's time, Yi Xiaochan would break through to the real martial sage realm. It could be anticipated. When Yi Fei used his spiritual thought to check on Divine Yi sect and Yi Xiaochan's situation, he was very satisfied. Xiaochan, you really didn't disappoint me. I believe that when the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list opens soon, our Outer Sea will also have a young emperor. She will be a rare sword queen. Chapter 1728. Stone Eye, the great old ancestor bluestone, was actually treated like a broken stone by a little girl and even thrown to the ground. I can't live like this. The large bluestone suddenly became very sad and gloomy. Heavens, this stone, it spoke. Seeing Yi Fei appear, the group of children from the divine sect all gathered around him. Of course, strictly speaking, they were no longer children. Instead, they were all strong and powerful youths. They believed that when they entered the central region, they would definitely cause a great commotion. However, even so, the large bluestone's sudden words gave everyone a fright. Hu Yanxiao, who was the last to arrive, was so shocked that he almost fainted. Brother Yi, your strength. Brother Hu, we didn't see wrongly. I broke through to the heavenly quasi-emperor realm. Yi Fei smiled faintly. To him, breaking through to the heavenly quasi-emperor level wasn't a big deal. However, to the Outer Sea, where martial sages were rare, a heavenly quasi-emperor was definitely a shocking matter. Due to the human mushroom incident, the various major powers of the Central region had deliberately suppressed it to avoid causing panic among the low-level cultivators. The Outer Seas also didn't know about the shocking battle that had occurred in the Central region. Yifei also didn't intend to publicize this matter. Those who were good at fighting didn't need outstanding battle achievements. Even if they were unknown, Yifei also didn't wish to be worshipped by others. No matter how strong he was, Yifei ultimately treated himself as an ordinary cultivator. He didn't need fame or fortune. He only needed to have the ability to protect those close to him and those he loved. Strength. These 2 points were already sufficient. As the god of the sect, Yifei's return was a major event. The entire divine sect quickly became lively. Seeing these children gradually grow up and become powerful young geniuses, Yifei also felt very emotional. In this, he had almost no credit. The reason why these children could become so strong was because of him. It was completely Hu Yinchao's careful nurturing, especially when he saw that the once high-spirited Hu Yinchao was now weather-beaten. Yifei's mood inexplicably sank. Lao Hu, why didn't you use the spirit veins I gave you? It's already been 5 years, and you're still only a first-layer martial saint. Haha, I'm old. Instead of using resources on an old man like me, being able to see this group of fatherless and motherless children gradually grow stronger and become indomitable makes me happier than breaking through to the martial saint and martial monarch realms. Hu Yinchao said happily, his eyes filled with love. With regards to this, Yifei also sighed. As the saying goes, everyone has their own ambitions. Since Hu Yinchao had such intentions, what else could he say? However, you are, after all, a good friend who has gone through life and death with me. I hope that when I return to my homeland many years later, what I see is not your smiling face, but your tombstone. Therefore, I will leave 50 spirit veins in the Divine Yi sect. 30 of them will be used for Xiaochan and the others to cultivate. I'll give the remaining 20 to you. These spirit veins are enough for you to break through to the half-martial monarch realm. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you break through to the martial monarch realm. Lao Hu, don't be in a hurry to reject me. What I'm doing is just a small favor. What you're doing is as important as Mount Tai. Without you, there wouldn't be Yi Shinzong, and these children wouldn't be where they are today. You deserve all of this. Xiaochan, when I'm not around, keep an eye on Lao Hu. If he dares to slack off and not cultivate, I'll allow you to whip him. With every sentence Yi Fei said, Hu Yinchao's expression changed a little. When he finally heard about the whip, Hu Yinchao almost spurted out blood. He could only cry with gratitude and helplessness. Brother Yi, I'm afraid of you. I'll cultivate, okay? However, it's rare for you to come back. This time, I must properly guide this group of children in their cultivation. Hu Yinchao was Hu Yinchao after all. He would rather suffer than let these children that he had personally raised suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Of course, my disciples must be the strongest. Xiaochan, come with me. I'll teach you my Tai Chi sword principle now. As for the others, I'll teach you the slaying emperor realm empty fist, life and death fist, fighting demon principle, heaven pass sword cannon, Sanju sword scripture, saber scripture, immortal emperor scripture, and sword principle. Tao connecting God. Yi Fei didn't hold back from the children of Yi Shinzong. Except for those that were too profound and couldn't be taught in a short period of time, he taught them all the simple martial skills that were suitable for martial sages and martial monarchs. Of course, Yi Fei taught his only disciple, Yi Xiaochan, without holding back. Except for the 8th-level heavenly dragon and Jinwu secret arts that he had yet to master, he taught her the rest of the Tai Chi sword principle, including the most dangerous battle god principle. However, Yi Fei didn't expect Yi Xiaochan to follow him and walk the path of despair. After all, this path was too difficult. Before reaching the end, even Yi Fei himself wasn't confident that he could complete this path. Since he wasn't confident, he naturally didn't want his disciple to follow him. Walk toward despair. Just like that, Yi Fei stayed in Yi Shinzong for 3 months. After Yi Shaochuan completely comprehended the Tai Chi sword principle and successfully cultivated the first move, the Tai Chi sword, Yi Fei left the Xiexio Sea and entered the Chaotic Sea. However, the Chaotic Sea wasn't chaotic at all. Instead, it was full of vitality and vitality. Here, Taishan Holy Land was developing rapidly. As one of the Holy Lords, Lin's son had been stationed here all year round. Yang Shao had become the Holy Lord of Taishan Holy Land in the northern region. Yi Fei also saw Qi Chu, Gu Man, and many other old friends. However, he didn't see Jing Wushou and Luo Shi. Senior brother and Luo Shi went to the six sacred sects not long ago. The fact that they cultivated the Shadow Warrior bloodline seemed to have been discovered by the Black Prison. Half a year ago, there were spies from the Black Prison who entered the Chaotic Ocean to gather information, but not long after, the spies disappeared again. I don't know why. Qi Chu said worriedly. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the Black Prison spies had either disappeared because the Black Prison Holy Sun had informed them in advance, or the battle between him and the human demon had completely scared the Black Prison away. However, no matter which possibility it was, with Yi Fei's current strength, he didn't need to worry about the Black Prison at all. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry anymore. You can cultivate the Shadow Warrior bloodline without worry. The Black Prison no longer has the guts to cause trouble for you. Fei, the Black Prison also wants to have a taste of being exterminated." One should know that the most famous thing about Yi Fei now wasn't the title of Holy Devil, but the title of Sect Exterminating Devil. Unless the Black Prison was tired of living, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. They didn't see the Black Prison Holy Sun. In order to avoid Yi Fei, they had no choice but to go to other continents and continue to cause bloodshed. After chatting with Qi Chu, Lin's son, and the other old friends for a long time, Yi Fei also heard more news about his old friends. For example, the siblings Lu Ruyin and Lu Chuyang had returned to the northern region and were preparing to go to the six sacred sects to participate in the new round of assessment. After all, before the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking in the Middle State started, the six sacred sects in the northern region would open in advance to train the people and select more experts to go to the Middle State to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking challenge. Chapter 1729. Chen Mengyao is indeed a powerful bitch. She wanted to use her identity as an assassin from Black Jail to stir up trouble in the North region. She even wanted to establish a branch of Black Jail in the North region. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and met Lin Tianjiao, who also came back, and your little brother, Xiajun. In the end, the great Ape King was utterly defeated. In the end, he even abandoned the Chun clan and could only escape from the northern region. I suspect that the matter of your senior brother cultivating the Shadow Warrior bloodline was leaked by this little bitch. Little brother, the next time you see her, you must slap her hard on behalf of your sister-in-law. Qi Chu was as domineering as ever. However, Yi Fei was a man of several decades, yet he was still being called little brother. The large blue stone laughed so hard that it fell to the ground. Yi Fei's face darkened. Other than feeling speechless, he felt depressed. However, Qi Chu's seniority was right there. Then, Yi Fei asked about the Great Ape King. Qi Chu told him that the Great Ape King was actually little fatty Pang Bei. It was said that Pang Bei had a fortuitous encounter in the Outer Sea. He actually discovered a demon relic and completely cultivated the violent ape demon body. When he was angry, even Lin Tianjiao could not beat him. Speaking of this matter, Qi Chu was amazed. Yi Fei, on the other hand, felt that this was very normal. After all, Little Fatty's talent was extraordinary. Furthermore, he was personally taught by the demon god. In terms of talent, Little Fatty was not inferior to Di Fan. He believed that after Little Fatty went through more training, he would become a peerless monster like him. However, it was not impossible. As usual, Yi Fei left a portion of the spirit vein in the Taishan sacred ground and paid a visit to the Divine Fist sect. Only then did he leave the Chaotic Sea. At this time, it was the season of winter in the North region. Every house was decorated with lanterns and decorations and setting off firecrackers. Yifei suddenly realized that it was already the new year. It was time. In the past, when we were in Black Rock City, every new year was the happiest time for my sister. At that time, we would always bring firecrackers everywhere to play. In the blink of an eye, time has been merciless. Fortunately, the scenery is still the same. Yifei put away the warship and continued forwards. Along the way, he saw naked children playing with firecrackers as they chased each other. He also saw goat-horn girls riding on bamboo horses, laughing and playing. He saw banquets lined with banquets, toasting each other and celebrating the new year with the local gentry. He also saw them singing with pride and returning with their beasts. A wild mountain hunter. He also saw the rich and noble royal families swaggering through the streets. He also saw the figures of martial artists carrying bows and swords, bravely going to war. He saw hordes of vicious beasts attacking the towns along the way. He also saw howling armies raising their shields and charging into the hordes of vicious beasts with their bodies of flesh and blood. They used their blood and lives to protect the peace of their side. He saw many old generals covered in cuts and bruises, but they were still fighting to the death without retreating. He also saw many young soldiers heavily injured, lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He saw the prosperity of the northern region, but he also saw the suffering behind it. He saw the glory of martial artists, but he also saw the difficulties behind it. Along the way, Yifei's heart calmed down. It was as still as water and as still as a mountain. Suddenly, Yifei's heart was stirred. A new domain emerged from his body. It was the last of the 4 forms of Zhenwu, the black tortoise form. While Yifei was overjoyed, he did not have the time to upgrade the level of the black tortoise domain. Not far away, they had arrived at the city walls of the family Yi. With his powerful divine consciousness, Yifei could see the crowd outside the city walls. Yi Jian, Yi Bufan, Yi Tianai, Zhuangling Bailing, and many other juniors of the family Yi. Among them, Yifei also saw the figures of Bei Gongchun and Zhu Zhen, as well as the Lord of the Northern Wilderness and the Lord of Beichuan. Time was like a knife. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Many of his old friends had aged. Yang Xiao, who was always smiling, had wrinkles on his forehead. This made Yifei sigh at the ruthlessness of time. However, he was also glad that he could see so many old friends before leaving the Tianwu continent. Family Yi, I'm back. Northern region, I'm back. Welcome back to the Northern region, Sacred King. Many years had passed, but Yifei's title of Sacred King had not changed. It was recognized by the Northern region as unparalleled. This title was even more precious than Yifei's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. Of course, this did not mean that Yifei's martial emperor realm was useless, especially now that the Northern region had not only produced a real martial emperor, but also Fu Renjie, who had become a real martial emperor. This shook the entire Northern region. Martial Emperor. Fu Renjie has broken through to the martial emperor realm. My God, our Northern region has been suffering for tens of thousands of years. Finally, we're going to turn from a barren land into a prosperous land for martial artists. Come, let's drink to Sacred King, to Fu Renjie and Lin Tianjiao, the evil demon Sword Emperor, Zhao Qianjun, and Chun Feng, Half-Emperor Chun. With Yifei's return, Yi City was filled with joy. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of martial artists came from all over. Some of them were martial kings, some were Wu Jun, some were earth-shattering almighties, and some were Grandmaster Sage. The most surprising was Chun Feng. He had been an insignificant figure in the past. He had been at the bottom of the Northern region's martial artists who had followed Yifei out to sea. He had no talent, no opportunity. He had only quietly cultivated and improved. Finally, the insignificant figure had transformed into the great figure he was today. Chun Feng, who was standing in front of Yifei, still looked ordinary. He didn't have a special body constitution, nor did he have a special bloodline. However, with his ordinary appearance, he had walked on the most extraordinary path. He had become a half-martial emperor. Yi Fei even believed that Chun Feng had a high chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Compared to Qin Feng, Yang Xiao was much dimmer. Most of his time was now spent on strengthening the Taishan Holy Land. Martial arts cultivation was no longer Yang Xiao's pursuit. In that case, Elder Sword Maniac still hasn't returned, and no one knows where he went. Yi Fei's face was full of regret. When he returned to the northern region, the person he wanted to see most was Sword Maniac Elder. However, the old man was too stubborn. He loved swords to the point of obsession and lived for swords. Now, several years had passed without any news. This made Yi Fei very sad. He was even a little worried. However, he quickly pulled himself together. I shouldn't worry about the old Master Jian. He never carried a sword in his life. The sword will not betray him. I believe that one day, we will meet again with the old Master Jian. On this day, Yi Fei and Yang Xiao were dead drunk. Even Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle had secretly drunk a lot of wine. The dragon turtle was already practicing drunken punches in the beast mark space. Xiao Qiao's face was red. He hugged the big green rock and refused to let go. He kept grinding his teeth, scaring the big green rock. He was always worried that Xiao Qiao would mistake it for a steam bun and take a bite. After a few more days, Yi Fei finally settled the matters of the family Yi. He left the outline of equipment refining, the desolate vein, and immortal Danding's pill formula to the family Yi. In the end, Yi Fei decided to leave the innate fiend array spirit behind. Firstly, it could protect the family Yi. Secondly, it could help Yi Jian. Some old people in the family, Yi could improve their cultivation and even break through to the martial emperor realm to obtain a longer lifespan. In the end, Yi Fei left behind 100 spiritual veins. He completely built the family Yi into an impregnable fortress. In this way, even if he left the Tianwu continent in the future, he would not have to worry about anyone threatening the family Yi. Only then did Yi Fei choose a quiet night to leave quietly. Little Master, take care. Little Master, you must promise that I will protect the family Yi for 500 years. You will change my name and give me back my freedom. The innate fiend array spirit was not very reassured. He deliberately popped his head out to warn him. Chapter 1730. After leaving the family Yi, the first thing Yi Fei did was take the unconscious Fu Renjia to the Six Paths Sacred Palaces. The big blue stone finally found a legitimate reason to sit on Fu Renjia's head. After all, only the big blue stone could suppress the inner demons that the human demon had left in Fu Renjia. To go to the Six Paths Sacred Palaces, they had to go to Quicksand City. Yi Fei and Shaman Zhuyang had fought here in the desert. The scene was still vivid in his mind, but Quicksand City had changed. There was no more quicksand or bandits. Over the past few years, thanks to the efforts of many warriors, most of the desert around Quicksand City had disappeared. Now, countless oases had been opened. There was still some time before the opening of the heaven-forsaken land, but many of the northern region's new generation of youths had gradually gathered in these oases. Young warriors. And on top of the city walls of Quicksand City, there was a woman wearing a red cloak. She stood there in a gentle and graceful manner, looking into the distance. Why hasn't Big Brother returned yet? Little Sister Shan Shan, he'll be back soon. Let's wait a little longer. When Big Brother is back, I'll take you to Quicksand City for a stroll. Xia Jun stood not far from Yi Shan Shan, persuading her patiently. He was just short of coaxing Yi Shan Shan to go shopping with him with candy. After all, shopping was a woman's fortune. Yi Shan Shan's eyes lit up, but he soon said worriedly, "What if Big Brother happens to come over while we're shopping?" "It's okay. Isn't Luo Shi still here? Let's go shopping. Let Luo Shi wait here." Xia Jun glanced at Luo Shi again. Luo Shi's face turned green. He had lost to Xia Jun at rock, paper, scissors just now, so he could only swallow his pride. "So, you both agree to go shopping?" Yi Shan Shan suddenly blinked. "Then why don't the two of you go together? I'll wait here for Big Brother." "What? Both of us?" Not only Luo Ying's face turned green, but even Xia Jun's face turned green. Xia Jun and Luo, she had no choice but to hug each other's shoulders tightly in order to avoid Yi finding out about their private plans. Then, with heavy steps and gnashing teeth, the two men began their shopping trip. In response, Yi naturally revealed a mischievous expression. Then, her eyes became even brighter. She had already seen a young man in a black purple-gold robe rapidly flying over from the distant sky. Behind the young man was a huge black tortoise. On the tortoise's back, there was also an unconscious martial artist. The weirdest thing was that there was a large blue stone on top of that person's head. Along the way, he chattered incessantly. "I say, Big Black, why do you have such a sour face all the way? Come, give me a smile first." Since he was still carrying Fu Renjie on his back, the dragon turtle could not fly into a rage on the spot. He just quietly took out the black wooden token and scribbled a lot on it, planning to settle the score later. The dragon turtle was very vengeful. Knowing that the dragon turtle could not speak, the large blue stone could not help but become even more smug. He said proudly, "Big Black, do you want to speak now? I am a Tao comprehension stone. Perhaps I can enlighten you." Roar! The dragon turtle finally could not take it anymore. He twisted his black mouth at lightning speed and was about to swallow the large blue stone, as if it were a spirit stone. However, before the dragon turtle could do anything, three excited voices suddenly rushed out from Quicksand City. "Brother! Brother Fei! Big brother!" Although they addressed each other differently, they were all from the bottom of their hearts. Each of their voices was louder than the other, giving the dragon turtle and the large blue stone a fright. Seeing the three figures, Yi Fei could not help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Of course, the one who ran the fastest was Yi Shanshan. After not seeing her for a few years, Yi Shanshan had become slender and elegant. She was a great beauty, but she still could not change her childhood habits. Seeing Yi Fei, Yi Shanshan habitually threw herself into Yi Fei's arms. Seeing this, Luo, Shi, and Xia Jun actually rolled their eyes and shouted together. They actually opened their arms and wanted to hug all four of them. The two of them even forced out 2 drops of tears. Of course, these 2 drops of tears were obviously crocodile tears and did not have good intentions. If they really had their way, it would be a great advantage. Yi Fei's face suddenly darkened. He immediately used the Greater Void step to move over. As he hugged his sister, he kicked Xia Jun and Luo Shi to the side. "Don't try this in front of me. Hurry up and take me to see the Guardian Elder. I have an urgent matter." It's urgent. Although it was a happy reunion, Fu Renjie's safety was more important. Only then did Luo Shi and Xia Jun notice Fu Renjie, who was unconscious on the dragon turtle. They were shocked. When they saw a large blue stone squatting on Fu Renjie's head, Yi Shanshan's eyes widened. "Brother, is this man under the influence of evil arts? Hey, isn't this Fu Renjie? Brother Fei, I heard from the family Yi that Fu Renjie has become a martial emperor. How did he become like this?" Luo Shi also knew Fu Renjie, so when he saw Fu Renjie covered in demon chi and unconscious, he was most shocked. "It's a long story. Let's talk as we go." Yi Fei sighed and told them briefly what had happened in Zhongzhou. Yi Shanshan was fine. After all, she had been cultivating in the sage sect and had not gone out to gain experience, so she did not know the horror of the human demon. However, Xia Jun and Luo, she both turned pale and did not dare to joke. Knowing that the matter was urgent, the two of them hurriedly took out their voice-transmitting talismans and sent a message to the Six Paths Sage Sect. This way, Yi Fei did not have to cross the desert. He only had to wait patiently for a few minutes above Quicksand City. A strange space gate appeared in the sky. After passing through the space gate, Yi Fei instantly appeared in the Six Paths Sage Sect. Moreover, he was directly in the Devil's Saint Palace. Moreover, what appeared in front of Yi Fei was not the Guardian Elder's projection, but the Guardian Elder's true body. This shocked Yi Fei. "Guardian Elder, your body. My body is fine. I won't die anyway. But this Fu Renjia was cultivated into a demon embryo by the human demon. This is troublesome. The guardian elder's expression was grave. He was the master of the Devil's Saint Palace, a grandmaster of the Devil's Saint Palace. He was also a martial emperor. Although Yi Fei was not a martial emperor, he was not a martial emperor. After all that was said, the guardian elder had already seen through most of Fu Renjia's situation. Chapter 1731. Never heard of it. Yi Fei shook his head. Bastard, you call yourself the demon saint. You don't even know about the heart of hell of the evil demon Tao. How dare you call yourself a demon? I've sinned. How could I forget that I'm actually a good person? The guardian elder quickly shook his head. Apart from emphasizing that the evil demon grandmaster was a good person, he began to explain the origin of the heart of hell in detail. It turned out that the heart of hell was a very profound realm in the evil demon Tao. It was the same principle as Yi Fei comprehending the heart of sword from the sword principle. It was the foundation of a martial art. The evil demon Tao was also a Tao. The profound realm of this Tao was the heart of hell. With one's heart, one would fall into an endless hell and be tempered until hell could no longer grind and the heart demon could no longer invade. One's heart would become hell, and one would be called an evil demon. Only then would one be considered to have truly stepped into the evil demon Tao. The human demon was ruthless. He had nurtured Fu Renjia into a demon embryo and taught him various powerful martial arts. However, he had never told Fu Renjia about the heart of hell. Before Fu Renjia had experienced the tempering of hell, he had forcefully broken through to the martial emperor realm, and his heart had completely fallen into hell. Now you understand why Fu Renjia is unconscious. His heart has completely fallen into darkness. It's not that easy to pull him out. The guardian elder could not help but sigh. Yi Fei's heart sank, and his face suddenly turned ugly. Although the guardian elder had spoken tactfully, he could still tell that Fu Renjia's heart had been devoured by hell. What was left of Fu Renjia now was only the shell of a demon breeding heavenly fetus. The human demon palace had spent so much effort to nurture Fu Renjia just to obtain this shell. As for Fu Renjia, they did not need him at all. Yi Shanshan saw that Yi Fei was very sad. She rolled her eyes and suddenly ran over to hug the guardian elder's arm. She began to shake it. Guardian elder, don't scare my brother. You only said that it's not easy, not that there's no way. I know that you must have a way to save him, right? By the way, you can go to the saint's palace. Seeing Yi Shanshan actually acting coquettishly, Yi Fei could clearly see the guardian elder's face twitching crazily, as if he was about to fly into a rage. Yi Fei hurriedly stepped forward and said, Guardian elder, you are actually a good person. Yes, this old man is a good person. A good person should act like a good person. The guardian elder's expression was calm. In the end, he even looked at Yi Shanshan with a smile and said, Let go. I can't help you with Fu Renjia's matter. If you want something, you should go and beg your brother. Beg me? Yi Fei was completely confused. That's right, I beg you. In order to save Fu Renjia, this old man needs to master the Fiend Saint Palace's strongest cultivation technique, the Heavenly Saint Devil Art, to the point where I won't enter hell. However, the key parts of this sacred palace are not in my hands. Instead, it's kept in the Holy Lord's palace. The guardian elder suddenly gave a deep look. Yi Fei glanced at him. Yi Fei reacted quickly. Guardian elder, you mean to let me enter the sacred master palace? Find a complete Heavenly Saint Devil Art? Why don't you go yourself? Only the patriarchs of the 6 sacred sects can enter the sacred master palace. If you want to enter, you must pass the test left behind by the 7 patriarchs. The guardian elder suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was clear that this guardian elder who claimed to be a good person had a bad temper. Of course, Yi Fei suspected that this might be related to the guardian elder's failure to pass the sacred master palace's test. However, this was related to the guardian elder's face. Yi Fei was wise enough not to ask too much. He only said solemnly, Guardian elder, why don't you let me give it a try? Hurry up and go. When you pass the Sacred Master Palace's test, I will help you save Fu Renjia." The guardian elder waved his hand and threw a token to Yi Fei. Then he chased Yi Fei and the others out of the Fiend's Saint Palace, leaving only Fu Renjia behind for him to look after. Of course, the green stone used to suppress Fu Renjia was also left behind. The guardian elder didn't mind. It wasn't that he didn't have good eyesight, but that the green stone was too good at disguising itself. It was covered in moss, successfully hiding all its shining points. If it weren't for Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei wouldn't have realized that this stone covered in moss was the legendary Enlightenment Stone. Considering the urgency of the situation, after Yi Fei left the Fiend Saint Palace, he didn't even go to the Azura Saint Palace. Instead, he went straight to the most mysterious Sacred Master Palace of the 6 sacred sects to participate in the test. On the way, he asked about Jing Wushou, Lin Tianjiao, and the others. In the end, he learned that Jing Wushou had passed the test of the Heavenly Saint Palace, and Lin Tianjiao had also passed the test of the Hell Saint Palace. Luo, she was a little surprised that he had received partial recognition from the Vicious Beast Saint Palace. As for Xia Jun, relying on the immortal Emperor Scripture and his unkillable physique, he had also received partial recognition from the Guardian Elder. Although the Guardian Elder didn't treat Xia Jun as a disciple, he still allowed Xia Jun to cultivate in the sacred sect. As for the little fatty Pang Bei, together with Zhao Shinian, the Guardian Elder had arranged for them to go to various places in the northern domain to gain experience. It would be difficult for them to return in a short time. "Brother, look, the Sacred Master Palace is just ahead." "All right, let me tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else." It is said that the Guardian Elder failed 101 times in the Sacred Master Palace. If you can't pass, don't force yourself. Yi Shanshan secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Fei. Her words also gave Yi Fei a fright. The Guardian Elder was a martial emperor, but even he had failed 101 times. One could imagine how perverse the Sacred Master Palace's test was. Yi Fei finally understood why the Guardian Elder's face was twitching crazily when Yi Shanshan asked him to enter the Sacred Master Palace again. It was because the Sacred Master Palace was truly a sad place. This is bad. Even an old demon like the Guardian Elder has tried 100 times and still failed. I'm not even a martial emperor. How long do I have to take? Yi Fei suddenly regretted letting the limitless sword god go. If the limitless sword god was here, he could have ordered him to lead the way. Furthermore, with the demigod realm, his chances of passing would be greater. Unfortunately, there was no time to call the limitless sword god over. In the end, as long as Fu Renjia didn't awaken, he would be a shell possessed by the human demon. And once the human demon successfully took over Fu Renjia's body, it would be a terrifying calamity for the entire Martial Heaven continent. It seems I can only brace myself. Yi Fei tightened his grip on the token in his hand and cautiously inched closer to the Sacred Master Palace. Luo Shi and Xia Jun were baffled by his actions. "Big brother, what's wrong? Aren't you being too careful?" "What do you mean by being too careful? Have a little more faith in Brother Fei. There's nothing in this world that Brother Fei can't do. And if there is, ask Xia Jun, then pretend I didn't say anything." Luo Shi's expression turned serious as he directly denied what he had said. Then, the two of them nervously watched Yi Fei enter the Sacred Master Palace. Boom! When the Sacred Master Palace sensed Yi Fei cautiously approaching, a huge hand impatiently grabbed him and pulled him in. "Brat outside, what are you dawdling for? My bones are all loose. Hurry up and come in. Let me stretch my muscles." Chapter 1732. Bam! This punch was too fast and too ruthless, and it had caught Yi Fei off guard. Even with Yi Fei's current combat strength, he still didn't understand what was going on. His face and body were already throbbing with pain, and his entire body was sent flying out of the Holy Master Palace. "Kid, you can't do it. Come and have fun with me." Aside from the sneak attack, a mocking voice immediately came from the Sacred Master Palace. Luo Shi and Xia Jun stared blankly at this scene. Yi Shanshan was also stunned. Then, the three of them ran over together and asked, "What's going on? Is the Sacred Master Palace's test that powerful?" "Powerful my ass. There's 7 old hooligans. They ganged up on me. I can't take this lying down." Yifei's face was flushed red. This was definitely the most miserable defeat he had suffered since returning from the ancient Starry Sky Path. Xia Jun and the others might not have seen what happened in that instant, but Yifei saw it clearly. From the moment he stepped into the Sacred Master Palace, 7 figures appeared in the palace at the same time. They punched, kicked, slashed with sabers, and smashed with sticks. They came smashing at him like the wind. Not to mention that Yifei had no way to block it. Even if Limitless Sword God went in, he would definitely be beaten out in an instant. However, Yifei did not plan to take this lying down. Where he fell, he would climb up from there. He had always been the one to sneak attack others. This time, he was the one who was sneak attacked. This debt must be paid. You're acting like a hooligan, right? Fine, let's see who is the hooligan today. Yifei touched his panda eyes. He was furious. This time, he raised the Limitless Sword and rushed inside. Boom! Before he could rush out, Yifei's Limitless Sword had already smashed the entire door of the Sacred Master Palace into pieces, revealing 7 figures hiding behind the door. They were preparing to continue attacking Yifei. Among them, there were 6 men and 1 woman. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and emitted a shocking martial emperor aura. Jun and Luo, she could not even get close to the Saint Master Palace. Just the aura emitted by the 7 of them was enough to suffocate them. Heavens, they're the 7 martial gods of our 6 Tao, sacred sects. So the Sacred Master Palace's assessment is to pass through the 7 martial gods. My brother is not even a martial emperor. How can he pass? No, I must help him, Yi Shanshan anxiously said. Although she looked weak, she was stubborn and stubborn. Moreover, in the 6 Tao Sacred Palace, with the guidance of the martial emperors like the Guardian Elder and the careful nurturing of the puppets of the Sacred Palace, Yi Shanshan had already passed the martial emperor tribulation and was a true martial emperor. It was just that Yi Shanshan had never been to the outside world, so she didn't know what this Sacred Lord Palace test meant. However, Xia Jun and Luo, she were different. They were both martial arts veterans. When they heard that the one testing Yifei inside was actually the remnant consciousness left behind by the 7 martial gods, they were shocked and hurriedly stopped her. Yi Shanshan, Sister Shanshan, don't be impulsive. Since the Guardian Elder wants your brother to participate in the Sacred Master Palace's assessment, there must be a reason we don't know. It's better not to act rashly. Of course I have a purpose, but whether it succeeds or not depends on this kid's luck. At some point in time, the Guardian Elder had also arrived outside the palace. Behind him were a dozen stone puppets. Most of them were doing their jobs. Only one of them was carrying paint everywhere as it walked. It was very coquettish. When the other puppets saw this, they hurriedly walked away, not daring to interact with it. Woo-woo. What are you doing? We're all brothers. Look at your jealous faces. Sigh. You're really envied when you're alive and envied when you're dead. Little Yi, do your best. I made a bet with you. I bet that you'll be beaten out by the old guy inside. The stone puppet cackled. He had actually made a bet on this matter, which made Xia Jun and Luo she extremely surprised. Even Yi Shanshan's mouth was wide open. She suddenly felt very lucky that she had not been bewitched by the stone puppet. She had almost nodded and joined the Shura Palace. Pung. As they were speaking, the battle in the Sacred Leader Palace came to an end once again. Even though Yifei was holding the Wuji sword, he was still beaten black and blue by the 7 clones of the martial gods, and was sent flying in a sorry state. Xia Jun and Luo, she were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Yi Shanshan also looked at Yifei with a worried expression. He whispered, "Big brother, if we can't pass, let's just forget about it. We can think of other ways." "Forget it. Don't. That kid outside, we haven't had enough fun yet. Don't be shy. Hurry up and come in and get beaten up. I've just counted. I've given you a total of 36 punches and 72 kicks." A rough voice came from inside. When he heard this voice, Yifei, who had originally wanted to retreat, was instantly enraged. It was bad enough that he was beaten up, but the number of punches he had received was actually revealed. This was absolutely intolerable. At this time, Yi Fei finally understood why the puppets of the other sacred palaces were fine, but the Shura Palace's stone puppet. This puppet was always so cheap, making people want to beat it up every time they saw it. Shut up. Old fogies, you forced me to do this. Bloodline Divine Armor. 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei was not discouraged. This time, not only did he use the Limitless Sword, but he also used all his trump cards. When the 7 heavenly domains appeared around him, even the Guardian Elder was stunned. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The 7 martial gods' remnant consciousnesses from the Sacred Lord Palace were also shocked. However, they quickly recovered and praised, "We've finally met a good seedling. If we train well, it won't be a disgrace to our abilities. Secmaster, you see, just treat it as going easy. Beat him up for 30 to 50 years. Let's pass, okay? Okay, my ass. Secmaster, don't listen to those cowards. I haven't had such a good beating in a long time. How can 50 years be enough? At the very least, I'll have to beat him for 100 years. Let me be happy first." It was that cheap voice again, adding fuel to the fire. It even threatened to beat Yi Fei for 100 years. Yi Fei's face turned green with anger. No wonder when I'm outside, as long as I say that I'm from the Azure Saint Palace, everyone will shout and beat me up. They can't wait to cut me into pieces. After all this time, this atmosphere was brought out by you. Old fart, you're looking for a beating. Ultimate sword. Kill. Boom. Yi Fei used all his strength in this sword. He first used the 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon to block the other 6 martial gods. Then, he used the Bloodline Divine Armor to absorb their injuries. Finally, Yi Fei brazenly attacked, using the ultimate sword formed by the fusion of the Taiji 6 Direction sword. He slashed at the strongest and also hit him the most. Fierce Azura Martial God. Chapter 1733. Strength, Speed, Cultivation Technique, Defense, and Reflexes. These 7 martial gods were all at the level of a demon-level genius. Under such circumstances, Yi Fei would have a hard time dealing with just one of them, let alone 7. At this moment, Yi Fei was fighting 1 against 7. Needless to say, the result was obvious. He only lasted for about 3 breaths before the 7 martial gods joined forces to strike him out of the Sacred Master Palace. Martial God Shura even raised his bowl-sized fist to slap Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei was so angry that his hair stood on end. "Old fart, I'll fight you to the death today. I don't believe I can't beat you. Bloodline Godly Armor." Rumble. Boundless blood flames burned on Yi Fei's body. At the same time, Yi Fei swung the Wuji sword to its limit. He seemed to have returned to the frenzied state when he fought the human demon. He was reckless and unafraid of death. Moreover, Yi Fei didn't attack the 7 martial gods at the same time. He ignored the other 6 martial gods and chased after martial god Azura, who was beating him the fiercest and shouting the loudest. He viciously swung the Wuji sword at him. Suddenly, it was as if a crazy and dazzling star had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not only did it cause the Holy Master's palace to tremble violently, but even the entire Forsaken Land began to tremble under Yi Fei's crazy bombardment. What was even crazier was that when Yi Fei was chasing after martial god Azura, he completely ignored the attacks of the other 6 martial gods. No matter how powerful their attacks were, no matter how much pain they inflicted on Yi Fei's body, Yi Fei was still chasing after him. That kind of pain even made many martial emperors cry out in pain and retreat. However, Yi Fei didn't retreat. He was still targeting martial god Azura. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Come on, don't you want to have fun? I'll have fun with you today. I don't need to kill all of you. As long as I kill you, I'll make a profit. Humph, if you kill old Azura, you'll lose 99% of your life. How are you going to defeat the remaining 6 of us?" The other 6 martial gods couldn't help but ask curiously as they besieged Yi Fei. They were already testing him. However, Yifei was so angry that the flames of despair were burning. He didn't think too much about it. As he chased after martial god Azura, he shouted righteously, "Who cares? I'll catch one of you and beat him to death. If he dies, I'll win. If he dies, I'll go out and recuperate and keep fighting." Martial god Azura. They had even thought about how they would beat Yifei until he was seriously injured and unconscious. After a while, Yifei would rush in and continue to chase martial god Azura to death. Just thinking about that scene made them shudder. As expected of a disciple of Azura's Saint Palace, ruthless, crazy, and reckless. Old Azura, do you still want to fight? If you don't want to fight, then let him pass. Fight? Fight my ass. If I really let him chase after me and beat me to death, that would be the greatest unfilial act of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Forget it. I won't fight anymore. Boy, stop. Martial god Azura was chased by Yifei for a while. He was so depressed that he couldn't breathe. He was almost traumatized. Yifei was also very uncomfortable. Not only did he have to withstand the attacks of the other 6 martial gods, but he also had to chase after martial god Azura at all costs. Even if he succeeded in punching martial god Azura a few times and kicking him to vent his anger, he didn't have much strength left. If the battle continued like this, even if he held on to his last breath and really killed martial god Azura, the other 6 martial gods would definitely kill him. However, since Yifei dared to do such a thing, other than being too angry, he actually knew very well in his heart that since the Guardian Elder was fine even after being beaten over 100 times, it meant that this test was not life-threatening. At most, they would knock him out and throw him out. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? If he couldn't beat these 7 old hooligans, then he would just play with his life. Even if he couldn't beat all of them, as long as one of them was scared and convinced, in a way, it could be considered a victory for Yifei. When he saw that the 7 martial gods had unexpectedly stopped attacking Yifei and retreated at the same time, the Guardian Elder suddenly felt his heart ache. Why? This old man has been beaten more than 100 times by these 7 old hooligans. Why didn't this old man think that I could still play with my life on the line? I could still chase after one of them and beat him to death. So that's how it is. This is the mystery of the Sacred Palace's test. I didn't think of it until now. Hey, senior brother, look on the bright side. To be honest, Yifei's talent is a little bad, his strength is a little weak, and his character is too impulsive. The key is that he doesn't look good and doesn't know how to respect the elders. But he is still very strong in one aspect, and that is the kind of heart that wants to win regardless of everything. This is enough for him to be the sect master of the 6 Paths Sacred Sect. The stone puppet walked over and patted the Guardian Elder's shoulder to comfort him. He knew that the Guardian Elder had always wanted to be the sect master of the 6 Paths Sacred Sect. Unfortunately, the Sacred Master Palace's test was too difficult. Facing 7 martial gods at the same time, almost any ordinary martial emperor wouldn't be able to pass this test. It was only until Yifei used some indescribable method that he cleverly passed this test. Although the Guardian Elder felt that Yifei's method was rather shameful, when he saw that the 7 martial gods had retreated at the same time and stopped blocking Yifei from entering the Sacred Palace, the Guardian Elder couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, you're wrong this time. This old man has no intention of becoming the sect master. It's just that our 6 Paths Sacred Sect must have a new sect master in order to break the oath and see the light of day again. In the past, this old man was the strongest, so this matter could only be done by me. Now that Yifei is the strongest, this old man naturally has to think of a way to force Yifei to do it. So that's how it is. So you've been pretending all this time. I was still puzzled. Although Fu Renge's heart devil is very strong, his heart is just hell. How could it be difficult for an evil demon like you? So you've been lying? The stone puppet finally understood. Don't talk nonsense. This old man is actually a good person. This time, I just gave a young man a little bit of pressure and gave him more motivation to pass the Sacred Master Palace's test. Don't look at this old man like that. This old man is really a good person. The guardian elder emphasized again and casually glanced at Xia Jun and Luo Shi. The two of them felt a chill run down their spine. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to believe that the guardian elder was a good person. At this time, Yi Fei was still in the Sacred Master Palace. He didn't know that he had fallen into the guardian elder's trap. Not only did he break into the Sacred Master Palace, but he also inexplicably became the sect master of the Six Paths Sacred Sect. Chapter 1734. Yi Fei walked through the stone door. The remnant thoughts of the seven martial gods were waiting for him inside. Behind them, there was a majestic statue. Seeing Yi Fei come in, the seven martial gods looked at Yi Fei very seriously and said, "You have passed the test outside. You can only be considered to have passed the preliminary test. However, if you want to obtain our approval, you still have to do one thing." "What is it?" Yi Fei was a little surprised. He thought that defeating the seven martial gods would be enough to pass the test. It seemed that the test of the Sacred Leader Palace was more difficult than he had imagined. "It's very simple. Our six-path sacred sect is known as the six-path seven arts. They're the strongest primordial heavenly arts that the seven of us martial gods have mastered. You must comprehend at least two primordial heavenly arts within the time limits set by us. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" This disciple is willing to accept. Yi Fei vaguely felt that the test of the Sacred Leader Palace was a little unusual. However, in order to let Fu Renjie wake up as soon as possible and to eradicate the human demon's hope of escaping, Yi Fei decided to go all out. Besides, he might not be able to compete in other aspects, but in terms of comprehension, no one had an advantage over him. After all, the undying sword soul could infinitely increase his comprehension. "Very well. Since you are willing to accept, then let's begin. Our six-path sacred sect has a total of 7 primordial heavenly arts. They are the heavenly cauldron suppressing gods, holy ice art, reincarnation hell, dragon suppressing 9 heavens, azura divine fist, heavenly saint demonic art, and the last one is the six-path god slaughtering gods. You can choose 2 now. Remember, you only have 1 year. If you can learn it within a year, you could be the sect master of our six-path sacred sect. If you can't learn it, then we will attack with all our strength and kill you." The 7 martial gods said coldly. Their last words carried a faint murderous aura. Their words made Yi Fei's face change greatly. "What, sect master? When did I say I want to be the sect master? Oh no, I seem to have been deceived by the guardian elder." Yi Fei's face immediately darkened. Only now did he realize that the guardian elder was probably lying to him when he said that he couldn't save Fu Renjie. He was trying to trick him into participating in this so-called sect head test. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. The guardian elder is indeed treacherous. He even said that he was a good person. I almost believed him. Yi Fei was very depressed. However, it was impossible for him to retreat now. There were only 2 paths left for him now. One was to learn the 2 primordial heavenly skills in the stipulated time, pass the test, and become a member of the Glory Sect. Otherwise, he could only be beaten to death by the 7 martial gods working together to clean up the mess. No, I'm still young. I can't die yet. I have to find Zhao Yu. I have to go to the human battlefield. That's right, it's just 2 primeval heavenly arts. Although time is a bit tight, I don't believe that I can't learn them with my talent. Yi Fei felt immense pressure. However, this pressure soon became a strong motivation. Without hesitation, he chose the divine Shura Fist and the heavenly Saint Demonic skill, the 2 powerful primordial heavenly palace skills, and began to race. He raced against time to comprehend them. Seeing Yi Fei's choice, martial god Shura and evil demon martial god were complacent. The other 5 martial gods were filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. "Old Shura, old demon, why are you so complacent? You're just lucky this time. The disciple who entered just happened to be biased towards your sacred palace. Just wait and see." Learning 2 primordial heavenly skills in 1 year is also a great challenge for a peerless genius. If he succeeds, he will be the sect master of our glory sect. If not, even if we don't do anything, he will exhaust his energy and die of madness. It's not easy to be the sect master of our six paths sacred sect. Humph. The greater the responsibility, the greater the sacrifice. In fact, I hope that he can pass the assessment. The only female martial god among the seven martial gods said. She was a martial god of the Sage Palace. Like Furingia, she was also an innate saint. However, her strongest skill was not the way of the sage, but the way of ice. This was surprising. Unfortunately, Yi Fei could not hear the quarrel between the martial gods at this time. After choosing his cultivation skill, he immediately activated the immortal sword soul in his body to infinitely increase his comprehension. Then he quickly took out the divine Shura fist and studied it. The Azura godly fist is an undefeatable godly fist created by a titled Azurath god of battle. It's said that when executed to its limit, it can even kill a martial god with a single punch. Thus, it's also known as the Azura god-destroying fist. Recently, I feel that the power of the life-and-death boxing competition can't keep up with my combat strength. It's time to increase my speed. This invincible divine fist can make up for the shortcomings of my fist skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, soon entered a state of frenzied cultivation. In the end, he even forgot that he was in the Sacred Master Palace. In Yi Fei's eyes, there was only cultivation, and more cultivation. Good, this kid is indeed from the Shura Saint Palace. He fights like a madman, and his cultivation is even crazier. Did you see that? I have long said that we should let our disciples do whatever they want and let them be self-taught. Do you see? This is the best example that I have taught. Martial God Shura was very proud. His face was shining. The other 6 martial gods looked at him with disdain. Bullsh *T. You're so-called letting them do whatever they want is just because you have caused too much trouble. You can't even take care of yourself. You have enemies everywhere. How can you have time to manage your disciples? And your so-called self-taught talent is just because you are lazy. You even have to go out and cause trouble. How can you have time to teach your disciples? Our 6 paths sacred palace's reputation is gradually deteriorating because of the Shura Saint Palace. The martial gods were furious. They didn't care that Yi Fei was still cultivating. They condemned martial god Shura in speech and writing, spittle flying everywhere. Martial god Shura was naturally not to be trifled with. Seeing that he couldn't out-talk the 6 of them, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Without another word, he rushed up to fight. He wanted to enjoy himself first. Thus, the angry scolding quickly turned into a big brawl between the martial gods' remnant thoughts. Standing outside the Sacred Master Palace, although the crowd couldn't see what was going on inside, Xiaojun was still scared pale when he heard the earth-shattering noise. He secretly poked Luoying and said, Luoying, do you think Big Brother's okay inside? Didn't they just fight? Why are they fighting again? They're here. What's the use of asking me? You should ask the Guardian Elder about this, right? Luoying secretly looked at the Guardian Elder. He saw that the Guardian Elder was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. In the end, it was the stone puppet who put himself in their shoes and explained, you don't have to make wild guesses. In fact, the commotion inside is easy to understand. A group of old hooligans gathered together and occasionally quarreled. Then, it escalated into a brawl. It's very common. Not everyone. Chapter 1735. In the end, no one was willing to believe the stone puppet's words. After all, it was still a martial god powerhouse. Even if it was just a wisp of consciousness left behind by the 7 martial gods after their deaths, it was impossible for them to start fighting just because of a disagreement. The Guardian Elder was so angry that he sent out a palm wind, slapping the stone puppet back into the Azure Saint Palace. Then, he led Yishan Shan, Xiaojun, Luo Shi, and the others back to the demonic Saint Palace. At this time, Fu Renjie was sitting cross-legged on top of an incomparably huge ice coffin. Endless evil and demonic energy was emitted from his body, but it was all strangely absorbed by the ice coffin. When the ice coffin absorbed enough evil energy, the black ice coffin exploded into the void with a bang. In the void, a terrifying world of blood appeared. In that world, there was slaughter everywhere. Countless people were fighting and killing endlessly. And in the most central area of the battle, there was a demonic dragon that had gone completely mad. It was engaged in a fierce battle with a majestic white-boned sovereign. Luoshi's expression suddenly became dignified. He exclaimed, "That demonic dragon is Fu Renjie's consciousness, and that white-boned sovereign is the human demon?" "Yes, he is the human demon. This world is hell created by the human demon. He used hell to trap Fu Renjie's divine soul, causing him to fall into an endless madness. This way, the demon-breeding heavenly embryo left behind by Fu Renjie is a body that the human demon can control at will. I have to admit that the human demon's understanding of evil spirits is something that I can't even compare to. This is something this old man can't compare to. But if it's just my heart that's in hell, this won't stop this old man. You all stay here and guard my body. I will enter this hell and fight the human demon's heart demon. If I don't enter hell, who will?" The guardian elder laughed. At this moment, he actually became bold and heroic, like a veteran general entering his battlefield. When the guardian elder's devil soul entered that hell, the remnant will of the human devil that had gradually driven Fu Renjie crazy also suddenly revealed a smile and turned its white skeletal body around. "Good disciple, long time no see. It seems that you didn't make much progress after betraying me and joining the 6 sacred sects." "Master, sometimes it's not the realm that matters whether I've made any progress or not, but the heart. My demonic heart is in hell, but my divine soul is in heaven." The guardian elder laughed. After that, he attacked the white-bone monarch formed by the human devil. The entire hell was in an uproar. Luo Shi and Xia Jun, who were in charge of guarding the guardian elder's body, turned pale. They hadn't broken through to the emperor realm and the surrounding demonic aura, but just as they were feeling unwell. Suddenly, a large piece of bluestone rolled over from afar. With a whoosh, it squatted on top of the guardian elder's head as a matter of course. While suppressing the guardian elder's evil aura, it did not forget to lecture Xia Jun. "You two juniors, why are you making a fuss over nothing? But it's no wonder. I don't usually show up. When I do, it's bound to be earth-shattering. Do you still remember the first time Yifei saw me? He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me, calling me Ancestor Bluestone. Taking advantage of Yifei's absence, Big Bluestone began to chatter incessantly, bragging everywhere. Xia Jun and Luo Shi's eyes widened as they listened. They even subconsciously checked their pants. Then, they vaguely felt that Big Bluestone's tone was somewhat familiar. Outside the Demon Holy Palace, a loud voice was heard. "Old demon, are you dead yet? If you're not, I'll come in to collect your corpse." It was the stone puppet. He was not convinced that the guardian elder had sent him flying with a slap. He turned back and carried a giant hammer from the Shura Holy Palace, intending to come back to take revenge. However, he didn't see the guardian elder. Instead, he saw the bluestone squatting on the guardian elder's head. The stone puppet was also startled. Damn, is the old demon's brain damaged? His heart is hell. If he wants to kill his way into hell, why would he put a broken stone on his head? Is he trying to ward off evil? And here I was planning to help him fight. In truth, the stone puppet was worried that the guardian elder wouldn't be able to walk out of the hell created by the human demon alone. But he couldn't say that out loud. It wasn't until he saw the blue stone squatting on the guardian elder's head that the stone puppet relaxed. Of course, he could tell at a glance that this was a Tao enlightenment stone, a top-grade divine stone used to suppress heart demons. The blue stone was also surprised by the stone puppet's appearance. It couldn't help squatting on the guardian elder's head. It curiously looked at the stone puppet and said, Is your six paths sacred sect suitable for stones to become spirits? Why are there stone spirits everywhere? You're the stone spirit. Your whole family are stone spirits. The stone puppet was furious. This stone spirit was clearly cursing him. Remember, I'm your uncle. The blue stone was also annoyed. It angrily said, "Shut up. Stone spirit, look carefully. I'm the nobleman of the stone world. I'm the top divine stone Tao enlightenment stone. I'm the uncle. Presumptuous, how dare you be rude to your uncle? A mere stone spirit dares to be rude to your uncle Bluestone." The stone puppet and the great blue stone glared at each other, repeatedly emphasizing that they were the boss. At this point, stone met stone, and both sides were hard. In the end, under the dumbfounded gazes of Xia Jun and Luo Shi, the great blue stone and the stone puppet charged into the hell and started fighting each other. The six-path sacred sect is really chaotic. After a long time, Xia Jun couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, now I'm even more worried about whether Brother Fei can pass the test of the Sacred Leader Palace. Luo Shi also had a worried look. Of course, there are also six paths sacred palaces that weren't chaotic. For example, the first heavenly palace. The Sage Palace was very peaceful. In order to prevent Yi Shanshan's pure heart from being polluted, the female puppet of the Sage Palace carefully brought Yi Shanshan back to the Sage Palace in advance to avoid the following chaos. Inside the Sacred Leader Palace, the seven martial gods had fought to the point where the sky was dark and the earth was dark. From time to time, they would create all kinds of movements, which annoyed Yi Fei to no end. There were several times when he was almost interrupted from comprehending. But soon, Yi Fei found that something was obviously wrong. Strange, if the seven martial gods were able to establish the six Tao sacred palace and fight side by side to seal the human demon, there shouldn't be any grudge between them. But why would they fight in front of me just because of a disagreement? Could it be that there's some mystery behind this? Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to notice these details. But now it was different. The undying sword soul had improved his comprehension almost infinitely. His own monstrous talent also gave Yi Fei good insight. Therefore, after stumbling to comprehend the Shura fist, Yi Fei didn't rush to cultivate immediately. Instead, he tried to see if his understanding was correct. While Chapter 1736. Primordial Heavenly Art. These seven martial gods are all using primordial heavenly arts. Yi Fei was incomparably shocked. At first glance, the seven martial gods were fighting in a very chaotic manner. However, after comprehending the Azura Divine Fist, Yi Fei could tell at a glance that martial god Azura was using the Azura Divine Fist that he was still in the process of comprehending. This fist technique was indeed worthy of being called the Invincible Divine Fist. Yi Fei was shocked to find that the Shura Divine Fist performed by martial god Shura was very different from the Shura Divine Fist that he had comprehended himself. Both of them seemed to be using the same moves, but there were subtle changes. It was like a sharp sword that looked exactly the same, but the material inside was different. There was still a huge difference in quality. That's right, it's the difference. Although I have comprehended the Azura Divine Fist, I will never be able to unleash it to the same level as martial god Azura. Is it because my aptitude is lacking? Is it because I don't have enough battle experience? Or is it because I don't have enough understanding of the way of the fist? None of these are just appearances. The real reason should be martial god Azura, because of his understanding of the other six primordial heavenly arts. Through this understanding, he can simply use the Azura Divine Fist to control the other six primordial heavenly arts. Yi Fei was shocked by his own thoughts. A martial artist could only use one or two primordial heavenly arts at the same time. That was already the limit. For example, he could use the Taiji Sword Dao while using the 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. However, if he wanted to use other heavenly arts, it would be impossible for him to do so. At this moment, even though martial god Azura was using the Azura Divine Fist, he could vaguely see the power of using the Azura Divine Fist to control the other 6 heavenly arts at the same time. This caused Yi Fei to be mesmerized. In essence, Yi Fei could be considered a martial arts fanatic. At this moment, he was excited to see the hunt. He couldn't help but follow martial god Azura's footsteps, constantly waving the Azura Divine Fist, trying out the vague idea in his heart. No, it's still not right. Martial god Azura's movements are too fast. No, it's not his movements that are fast. It's my movements that are too slow. Moreover, I've only learned one Azura Divine Fist. I'm not familiar with the other heavenly arts. How can I use one heavenly art to control multiple heavenly arts? As they fought, Yi Fei gradually became discouraged. He realized that he was no match for martial god Azura and the other martial gods. These martial gods seemed to be born to fight. Moreover, they were like martial god Azura, using their own techniques to control other people's techniques. Among them, the strongest was the 6 Tao sect master. He had the 6 Tao God Massacre, a powerful offensive martial art. At this moment, Yi Fei could clearly see the shadow of the Shura Divine Fist fusing into his 6 Tao God Massacre. It was just that the fusion was not perfect. Therefore, when the 6 Paths sect master used it, it was still very vague. If it weren't for the undying sword soul, which had greatly improved Yi Fei's perception, and the fact that he had cultivated the 8th-level Sky Dragon, which was an even more profound heavenly venerate technique, he wouldn't have been able to see the subtle changes in the battle between the 7 martial gods. It seems like I've mastered too few primordial heavenly arts. I won't cultivate them for the time being. I'll comprehend the heavenly saint demon art first, then compare them. Yi Fei refused to give up. He felt that the battle between the 7 martial gods had given him great inspiration. This inspiration made him excited and addicted. Yi Fei no longer paid attention to the battle between the other 6 martial gods. He only stared at the evil demon martial god, paying attention to every move he made. At the same time, he also compared the heavenly saint demonic arts cultivation techniques. While observing, Yi Fei was surprised to find that he had only used half of the heavenly saint demon art. In half a day, he had comprehended the entire heavenly saint demon art. With a thought, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly appeared on his body, making Yi Fei seem to have transformed into a true demon. Behind him, there was a terrifying abyss of hell. My heart is hell, and I am a true demon. What a great heavenly saint demon art! Cultivating this demonic art, good or evil, all depends on my thoughts. I don't know if with these 2 immemorial heavenly arts that I have mastered, I can fuse these 2 heavenly palaces together and use them at the same time like the evil martial god. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with determination. He suddenly activated the Shura Fist and heavenly saint demon art at the same time, striking forward. However, this feeling was different from activating the Battle God Tao and Battle Demon Tao at the same time. The Battle God Tao and Battle Demon Tao that Yi Fei cultivated were part of the despair energy. They could be easily activated at the same time. However, the Heavenly Saint Demon Art and the Shura Fist were different. These 2 skills had different true essences. When they were activated at the same time, not only could they not merge, but they would also immediately repel each other. Wah! Yi Fei attacked at the same time. Not only did he fail to execute the 2 primordial heavenly arts at the same time, he even injured himself, resulting in the reverse flow of his blood and martial arts suffering a backlash. How can this be? I didn't suffer any backlash when I activated the Battle God Tao and Battle Demon Tao at the same time. Why did I suffer a backlash when I activated the Shura Fist and Heavenly Saint Demon Art at the same time? There must be something that I haven't figured out yet. Yi Fei was not willing to give up. He was a stubborn person. Since he had made up his mind to figure out how the 7 martial gods were able to control the primordial heavenly arts at the same time, he simply stood still with his eyes wide open, watching the 7 martial gods fighting one another again and again. Kill, have fun. Old demon, don't run away. Kill, kill. 6 Tao gods slaughtering the gods. Despicable, you said it was the 6 Tao gods slaughtering the gods. But Patriarch, you're secretly controlling the reincarnation region. The 7 martial gods did not care what Yi Fei was doing. They were currently immersed in an endless battle. Various powerful, primordial heavenly arts emitted blinding rays as if they were alive in their hands. Yi Fei did not say anything, nor did he ask anything. He knew that the 7 martial gods would not be immersed in such a crazy battle for no reason. Yi Fei even had a feeling that the 7 martial gods had left their remnant thoughts behind instead of testing their successors. It felt more like a kind of deduction that would never stop. Could it be that the 7 martial gods are trying to merge their primordial heavenly arts together to form a stronger martial art that can control multiple primordial heavenly arts at the same time? Yi Fei was startled by the thought that popped up in his mind. However, on second thought, it was not impossible. Otherwise, why would the 7 martial gods try to forcibly control the others' martial arts with their strongest martial arts? It was like a group of the strongest lions fighting. The one who won in the end would become the Lion King. He would be able to control the group of lions and unleash an even stronger combat strength. Unfortunately, the 7 martial gods were too strong. The primordial heavenly arts that they had mastered were not very different from each other. As a result, none of them could completely suppress the other's martial arts, let alone control the other's primordial heavenly arts at the same time. Chapter 1737. But there's something strange. If a cultivator can't control more than one atavistic heaven art at the same time, why was nothing wrong when I executed the 8 extremities heavenly dragon and the true martial 4 forms? If the true martial 4 forms isn't perfect, the Tai Chi sword art that I've deduced has already reached the same level. Why is nothing wrong with the atavistic heaven art? Wait, could it be? Bang! A shocking thought suddenly crossed Yi Fei's mind. However, his mind was greatly shaken as soon as the thought crossed his mind. I suffered a backlash when I executed the heavenly sacred demonic art and the Azura mystical fist at the same time, because the 2 atavistic heaven arts are on par with each other. However, the 8 extremities heavenly dragon and the Tai Chi sword art are different. The 8 extremities heavenly dragon is a heaven highness art, while the Tai Chi sword art is only an atavistic heaven art. I might be able to control more than one atavistic heaven art at the same time. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Yi Fei had completely forgotten about time and his surroundings while he was busy comprehending the atavistic heaven arts. He was trying to execute the Azura mystical fist at the same time as he executed the 8 extremities heavenly dragon. It was a bold attempt. If he failed, Yi Fei would suffer a serious backlash. He might even lose his mind and die. However, to prove his theory, Yi Fei executed the 8 extremities heavenly dragon and the Azura mystical fist at the same time, without hesitation. Roar! The cries of dragons shook the sky as a great massacre took place. Yi Fei had executed the 8 extremities heavenly dragon, but one of the 8 extremities heavenly dragon had transformed into the Azura mystical fist. It attacked forward with the other 8 extremities heavenly dragon. The shocking power left a terrifying black hole in the sacred leader palace. It also woke up the 7 martial gods who had fallen into an eternal battle. Heavens, when did the kid comprehend 2 atavistic heaven arts? He's still observing our battle to find a way to control more than one atavistic heaven art at the same time. Martial God Tianyi yelled in astonishment. It was the 7 martial gods' lifelong goal to control more than one atavistic heaven art at the same time, with one atavistic heaven art as the foundation. Even before they died in battle, they had each left a wisp of their will so they could continue deducing it. Even if he died, he had to make up for this regret. However, the 7 martial gods did not have an Empyrean cultivation method. They were only relying on their ancient heavenly arts to deduce. Even if they were trapped in an eternal battle, they would not be able to touch the threshold of an Empyrean cultivation method without tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. But Yi Fei was different. He had obtained the complete Empyrean cultivation method of the 8 extreme heavenly dragon from the blood demon. Moreover, he had relied on his understanding of the 8 trigrams to forcefully break through the most difficult part of the 8 extreme heavenly dragon and thoroughly cultivate it. In the past, Yi Fei had not thought that he could use the 8-level heavenly dragon to control so many immemorial celestial skills at the same time. However, after observing the battle of the 7 martial gods, Yi Fei immediately came to a realization. At this moment, he naturally used the 8 extremities heavenly dragon to successfully control the Azure deity. Fist. After that, Yi Fei ignored the 7 martial gods' shocked gazes, as if they had seen a ghost. Roar. Another 8 extremities heavenly dragon was unleashed. However, this time, in addition to the Azure deity Fist, the 8 extremities heavenly dragon was also integrated with the heavenly saint demonic art. In other words, Yi Fei's move was equivalent to using 3 different immemorial celestial skills at the same time. Naturally, its power was also increased by 3 times. Heavens, this kid, he can actually control 2 immemorial celestial skills at the same time. And it's perfectly executed. There won't be any backlash. Sigh, no wonder we can't control all of our immemorial celestial skills at the same time, even after fighting for so many years. It turns out that to control multiple immemorial celestial skills, one must have an earthly venerable or Empyrean cultivation method to do so. We've worked so hard for so many years in vain. Martial God of 6 paths suddenly hung his head dejectedly, as if he had suffered internal injuries. Martial God Azura also looked embarrassed. After all, these old fellows had not been able to do it, even after deducing for tens of thousands of years. In the end, Yi Fei had mastered a heavenly venerable cultivation method and could directly control multiple immemorial celestial skills to fight. Even the martial gods would be affected. Regarding this, Yi Fei also felt embarrassed. He did not expect that the problem that the 7 martial gods could not solve would be solved so easily by him. However, this also made Yi Fei's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Sect Master, Palace Master, I have a bold guess. Why can a heavenly venerable cultivation method so easily control multiple immemorial celestial skills? Could it be because the immemorial celestial skills were originally part of an earthly venerable or heavenly venerable cultivation method? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why he could control the heavenly saint demonic art and the Azure deity Fist so easily with the 8 extremities heavenly dragon." Yi Fei's words also shocked the 7 martial gods. The martial goddess of Saint Palace looked at Yi Fei in surprise and said, "You're not even a martial emperor, yet you can have such an idea. However, you're right to have this idea. In fact, the immemorial celestial skills are all part of an earthly venerable cultivation method, and many earthly venerable cultivation methods are part of a heavenly venerable cultivation method. However, it's too difficult to deduce a complete earthly venerable or heavenly venerable cultivation method from this part of the cultivation method. Unless someone is willing to tell you how many immemorial celestial skills are included in the earthly venerable cultivation method, then you can think of a way. Find all these immemorial celestial skills and merge them together. Perhaps you'll be able to comprehend a true earthly venerable cultivation method. So, the 7 immemorial celestial skills of our 6-path sacred sect are all part of an earthly venerable cultivation method. Yi Fei asked in surprise. He did not expect that his guess was actually the truth. Countless primordial heavenly arts formed the earthly venerable cultivation method. Countless earthly venerable cultivation methods formed the heavenly venerable cultivation method. That's right, the 7 of us obtained our primordial heavenly arts from the human race battlefield, and our auras are similar. We have long suspected that our heavenly arts may have originated from the same earthly venerable cultivation technique. So we formed the six sacred sects to jointly deduce the complete earthly venerable cultivation technique. But unfortunately, we failed in the end. On the other hand, you brat, I don't know where you obtained a heavenly venerable cultivation technique, but from our battle, you actually mastered the method to control so many primordial heavenly arts. It's really enviable. The seven martial gods sighed, but did not say anything to Yi Fei. Unfavorable thoughts. They also did not force Yi Fei to hand over the 8 extreme celestial dragon. Seeing that Yi Fei had successfully comprehended the heavenly saint demonic art and Azura divine fist, he had completed the Holy Master Palace's test. The seven martial gods casually threw over a sect master's token and immediately began to fight crazily, continuing to fall into an eternal battle. Yi Fei knew that using the 6 paths, 7 arts to deduce the complete earthly venerable cultivation technique should be the greatest obsession of the 7 martial gods before they died. This obsession also deeply affected the remaining thoughts of the 7 martial gods. Therefore, even if they already knew that Yi Fei had the complete heavenly venerable cultivation technique, they would still choose it. Chapter 1738. However, since he had already discovered that the Heavenly Lord and Earthly Lord techniques could control multiple immemorial heavenly arts, Yi Fei would not mind having too many immemorial heavenly arts. After bowing deeply to the 7 martial gods to express his gratitude, Yi Fei took out the other 5 immemorial heavenly arts from the Sacred Lord Palace. He planned to master all of them in the future. This way, he could use the 8-level heavenly dragon to control 7 immemorial heavenly arts at once and attack the enemy at the same time. Just the thought of that power made Yi Fei's fighting spirit boil. At this time, Yi Fei had been in the Sacred Lord Palace for a year. A lot of things could happen in a year. For example, Fu Renjie had completely removed his heart demon and finally chose to join the 6 sacred sects and become the holy son of the vicious beast's sacred palace. The evil demon, Sword Emperor Zhao Qianjun, had also returned from training outside. Along with him were Jing Wushou, Zhao Xinyan, Lin Tianjiao, and the little fatty Pang Bei. In the end, even Lu Zhaoyang and his brother joined the 6 sacred sects and became outer disciples. Xiajun and Luo, she had also consolidated their foundation and were planning to go to the Ancient Star Road to find an opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. Yi Shanshan also decided to leave the 6 sacred sects and go to the central province to train. Of course, the most exciting thing for the 6 sacred sects was that after Yi Fei entered the Sacred Lord Palace, the 6 sacred sects finally had a candidate for the sect master position that had been empty for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the moment Yi Fei walked out of the Sacred Lord Palace, the Guardian Elder led all the guardian puppets of the 6 sacred sects and bowed to Yi Fei. "We greet the sect master." Yi Fei was depressed when he heard that. "Guardian Elder, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm going back to the 6 sacred sects to solve the problem of Fu Renjie. Soon, I will go to the human race battlefield. Even if you want me to be the sect master, I can't do anything." The Guardian Elder said solemnly, "A country can't go a day without a ruler. A sect can't go a day without a leader. Since you can pass the test of the Sacred Master Palace, then you are the new sect master of our 6 paths sacred sect. I hope sect master can understand this old man's painstaking efforts." "Yes, sect master, please understand our painstaking efforts." The other Sacred Palace puppets also tried to persuade him. Yi Fei felt like his head was about to explode. He knew that he had no choice but to agree. Who told him to take away all 7 immemorial heavenly arts of the 6 paths sacred sect? Other than accepting the position of sect master, he had no other choice. In the end, Yi Fei could only nod and officially become the new sect master of the 6 paths sacred sect. Then, Yi Fei said to the Guardian Elder, "Guardian Elder, although I've become the sect master, I'll be going to the human race's battlefield soon. So, I can only leave the 6 paths sacred sect to you. What's the situation?" Yi Fei then looked at Fu Renjie. At this time, Fu Renjie had changed a lot compared to a year ago. The most obvious change was that the demonic nature on Fu Renjie's body had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a fierce and violent aura. This was the unique aura of the vicious beast's sacred palace. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Fu Renjie's expression was complicated, but he still bowed deeply. Yi Fei bowed and said, "Yi Fei, thank you. If you hadn't stopped the human demon this time, I might have really fallen into the hell created by the human demon and become a completely crazy dragon. Fu Renjie, don't say that when you treat me as a friend. I believe that one day, we will join forces to defeat the human demon." Yi Fei was filled with strong confidence. "Okay, when the time comes, I'm willing to charge and break through the enemy lines for you." Fu Renjie was influenced by this, and a startling battle intent appeared in his body. However, he soon sighed and said, "Unfortunately, my martial emperor cultivation was forcibly raised by the human demon. My cultivation is not stable yet. Otherwise, I could have gone with you this time. The battlefield of the human race. Junior brother, have you really decided to go to the battlefield of the human race now? It is said that even martial emperors often fall there. Why don't you stay in the sacred sect and cultivate for a while?" Zhao Qianjun suddenly said. As the evil demon, sword emperor, and the disciple of the guardian elder, Zhao Qianjun undoubtedly knew about the battlefield of the human race. He had already inquired about it. Only Shanshan, upon hearing that Yi Fei was going to such a dangerous place, suddenly turned pale and her eyes were filled with worry. But Zhao Shinian casually comforted her. "Shanshan, don't listen to my father's nonsense. No matter how dangerous the battlefield of the human race is, it can't be more dangerous than Yi Fei. This pervert, he killed the human demon. When we first heard about it, it gave us a fright. Sai, junior brother, you are getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, as your senior brother, I am lagging behind. I can't help you much." Jing Wushou suddenly sighed. Hearing this sigh, Yi Fei smiled and said, "The senior brother Jing I know is a hero who presses forward courageously and never sighs. Besides, although I was lucky enough to be in front, I will always be waiting for you to catch up. At that time, we will fight side by side. So, these two people will go to the human race. I will leave the summoning order for the battlefield in the 6 sacred sects. Whoever can break through to the heaven-level quasi-emperor first will be able to go to the battlefield of the human race like me and look for opportunities to break through to the martial emperor realm. Of course, in the battlefield of the human race, I will also find a way to get more summoning orders and send them back." Yi Fei had already made up his mind. This time, he would not only go to the battlefield of the human race to find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, he would also find a way to let more people obtain the qualifications to enter the battlefield of the human race. After all, as the sect master, it was not enough for him to be strong alone. The key was for the rest of the sect to be strong as well. The best way was for each of the 6 sacred palaces to produce a martial god expert. Only then would the 6 sacred sects be able to return to their former glory. Yi Fei's words made Jing Wushou, Lin Tianjiao, and the others blood boil. Even Xia Jun and Luo Shi were eager to try, looking forward to the moment when they entered the human race battlefield. Of course, Yi Shanshan's gaze was the most determined. She looked seriously at Yi Fei and said loudly, "Brother, just you wait. I will soon cultivate to the heaven-level quasi-emperor realm and be the first to rush to the battlefield of the human race to meet up with you." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Yi Fei patted his sister's head dotingly. Suddenly, he thought of something and whispered to Yi Shanshan, "By the way, I brought back a large blue stone from the true martial sacred palace. It can help you comprehend the Tao at any time. Keep it secretly and don't let anyone find it." "Brother, that large blue stone. I'd better not take it." Yi Shanshan's expression suddenly became strange, just as Yi Fei was feeling puzzled. Not far away, the stone puppet walked over with a large blue stone on its head. It said earnestly, "Little Yi, although you've become the sect master, you're still from the Azura Sacred Palace. You can't mess up the seniority. I've already discussed it with Brother Bluestone. From today onwards, I'll be your eldest uncle. I'm your second uncle. The large blue stone was afraid of falling behind. It habitually jumped from the stone puppet's head to Yi Fei's head. Yi Fei suddenly felt very bad. He decided that he would rather throw this broken stone into the gutter than let it pollute his sister. Very well. Eldest uncle, second uncle, right? You can scram now. Bang. Chapter 1739. Boom. The Stargate released a boundless starlight that was 100 times more dazzling than the starry sky teleportation arrays. If the starry sky teleportation was said to be convenient for traveling through the starry sky, then the Stargate was specially prepared for crossing star domains. After entering the Stargate, Yi Fei felt as if he had crossed from one continent to another, from one star domain to another. Of course, along the way, he had to experience the desolate starry sky of the universe. However, the Stargate's teleportation speed was extremely fast. It also contained spatial rules that even Yi Fei could not understand. The convening order also used these rules to bring Yi Fei through the long-distance teleportation across star domains. Even so, Yi Fei had to stay in the Stargate for a full 3 months before the power of the Stargate completely disappeared. A huge white star appeared in front of Yi Fei. At first, Yi Fei thought that this star was covered in countless glaciers. However, when he walked closer, he realized that this was not ice and snow. It was clearly countless bones. The corpses of billions, tens of billions of martial artists piled up to form a star. Even though Yi Fei's willpower was as strong as steel, his heart trembled violently when he saw this star. How many people must have died to form such a star made of bones? Xiao Qiao, quickly close your eyes. Don't look at these things. After all, Xiao Qiao was still young. He could not be affected too much. However, it was not easy to come to an unfamiliar place. Xiao Qiao was always curious. Even though he obediently covered his eyes with his hands, Xiao Qiao still looked curiously at the surrounding star through the gaps between his fingers. The dragon turtle even ran to the surface of the star and tried to attack it. Bam! As the dragon turtle's dragon claw slammed down, the white star immediately shook violently. White bone powder flew everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Under Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's astonished gaze, the bone powder quickly gathered together. In an instant, countless skeletons crawled out from the white star. Some of these skeletons were ordinary skeletons, but most of them were warriors' skeletons. Among them, Yi Fei even saw the skeletons of countless martial sages and martial emperors. They were special bone demons. However, with Yi Fei's current realm, he did not have to worry about these bone demons hurting him. Seeing that Xiao Qiao was not afraid of these bone demons, Yi Fei suddenly had the intention to train Xiao Qiao. He also wanted to see the limits of Xiao Qiao's god-beating whip. Xiao Qiao, use the divine whip on these bone demons. Yi Fei said to Xiao Qiao. Squeak! Xiao Qiao was very happy. After all, in the 6 sacred sects, Yi Fei had been cultivating all the time. As a result, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle could only sleep in the beastmark space. After sleeping like this for a year, Xiao Qiao was fine. However, the dragon turtle had become fatter. Xiao Qiao suddenly had an idea. She suddenly jumped onto the dragon turtle's back and let the dragon turtle carry her into the group of bone demons that were charging at them. Dozens of god-beating whips immediately whipped the approaching bone demons like a gust of wind. The bone demons swayed. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiao's vine whip did not cause much damage to the bone demons this time. Instead, it completely angered the surrounding bone demons. Only then did Yi Fei realize that although the god's striking whip was powerful, it was only harmful to the divine soul. To these pure bodies of bones, it was actually not very effective. Roar! It was as if the entire planet was trembling. More bone demons crawled up from the white bones. They roared with monstrous killing intent and death. It was as if they wanted Yi Fei to become one of the white bones that filled the sky. Vast white bones, the king's path. Why does this planet feel like it belongs to the human demon? Yifei looked at the army of bone demons that filled the sky. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the human demon had come here before, and specially cultivated here? The scene here was exactly the same as the scene of the human demon displaying the vast white bones. However, before Yifei could think further, the white bones that filled the sky suddenly exploded on the ground where Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were. At the same time, a huge white bone demon palm reached out from the ground and directly reached for the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao at lightning speed. It's the human demon's demon palm that covers the sky. What is the relationship between the human demon and this white bone planet? Yifei was shocked. He was even more certain that the primordial heavenly technique created by the human demon came from this strange planet. Then, the dragon turtle roared angrily. It was a fierce demon at the martial emperor realm, but it was surrounded by a group of bone demons. The dragon turtle was incomparably furious. At this moment, it suddenly became as big as a mountain. At the same time, the scales on the top of the mountain suddenly stood up like two mountain peaks. While it pushed Xiao Qiao up, it also allowed Xiao Qiao to follow its back and tail. Whoosh! It slid down. In an instant, it slid down to Yifei's shoulder. Squeak! Xiao Qiao found this very interesting and shouted for the dragon turtle to do it again. Yifei was also a little surprised by the dragon turtle's courage. This unmelted bone that extended out of the ground should have the combat strength of a martial emperor. Dahei also dares to go up and fight it head-on? It would have been better if Yifei didn't say this. As soon as he heard this, the dragon turtle, who had been showing off its domineering aura just now, was so scared that its mouth turned white. The dragon turtle's huge body not only shrank to the size of a ball in an instant, but when the white bone demon palm grabbed it, with a whoosh, the dragon turtle forcefully leaned against the white bone demon palm. The amazing elasticity of its body of fat bounced up like lightning and accurately bounced into Xiao Qiao's hand. Yifei and Xiao Qiao were stunned. How fat did it have to be able to bounce so high and so fast? Unfortunately, it was obviously not the time to teach the dragon turtle a lesson. The dragon turtle, which had been caught in its hand, could also be bounced away. This undoubtedly angered the white bone emperor hidden underground. It was accompanied by an extremely angry roar. Countless white bones were lifted up on the ground, revealing a strange underground world. The underground world was filled with countless hanging coffins, and there were countless names written on them. The tomb of Martial Emperor Tianxing. The tomb of Martial Emperor Du Kong. The tomb of Martial God Baihua. The tomb of Zen Master Kongyu. The tomb of the Human Emperor. How could it be the tomb of the Human Emperor? Yifei looked at the underground world and the countless floating coffins in shock. Obviously, this was not a planet, but a cemetery where many martial emperors and martial gods were buried. This was also the reason why the entire planet was made of white bones and why there were countless bone demons. Seeing this cemetery, Yifei could imagine how fierce the battle on the battlefield of the human race was. Not to mention martial emperors. Even martial gods could die here if they were not careful. However, what shocked Yifei the most was the tomb of the human emperor. The human emperor, he had heard from Tianjinzi. In the ancient war, it was under the leadership of the human emperor that the Tianwu continent finally blocked the invasion of the witch race. Moreover, Yifei was extremely suspicious of the person who could make Tianjinzi and Dijinzi gnash their teeth and threaten to beat him up every time they saw him. Chapter 1740. Yifei felt that it was very strange. After all, the human emperor was revered by the human race and had an incomparably high status. The death of such a person would definitely be recorded in the Tianwu continent. However, the strange thing was that although there were rumors of the human emperor in the Tianwu continent, there was no news of the human emperor. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all traces of the human emperor. However, at this moment, he saw the tomb of the human emperor. Out of curiosity, Yifei decided to go down and check it out. As for the white bone demon hand that was grabbing at him, Yi Fei did not even look at it. The limitless sword had already turned into a star and smashed towards it. Bang! Even the white bone demon hand formed by the limitless sword was smashed into pieces. Then Yi Fei charged into the underground world. There were groups of coffins here. Some were the tombs of martial emperors, while others were the tombs of martial gods. These were all experts of the human race, because even though they were dead, their bodies were still emitting powerful energy waves. It was also this energy that allowed this white bone star to give birth to countless bone demons and powerful immortal skeletons. When he landed in this underground world, two cold eyes appeared in the void. They stare at Yi Fei with indifference and fear. Crack, crack, crack. Many of the nearby coffins became restless under the influence of this gaze. It was as if what lay in the coffins were not skeletons, but some kind of great horror. A black and cold wind blew in the void. It was not an ordinary wind, but a sinister wind. It was the power of death from the netherworld. When he felt this power, Xiao Chao subconsciously grabbed Yi Fei. Yi Fei and the dragon turtle also felt their hair stand on end. There were at least tens of thousands of coffins and tombs here. In other words, there were at least tens of thousands of martial emperors and martial gods who had been buried here. After their deaths, the corpse chi and resentment would be enough to revive their corpses and turn them into terrifying white bone monarchs. At this moment, it was actually very dangerous for Yi Fei to enter this underground world rashly. If it weren't for his curiosity about the emperor's tomb, he wouldn't have taken the risk to barge in. Dragon Turtle, protect Xiao Chao well. If you scare Xiao Chao, I'll deduct your meals for 3 months. Yi Fei sternly instructed the dragon turtle. When the dragon turtle heard that its food would be deducted for 3 months, it was so scared that its black mouth turned pale. It hurriedly let Xiao Chao sit on its back. At the same time, the patterns on its back flickered, and a strange scene of stars faintly appeared. It was like a light shield protecting Xiao Chao. Even Yi Fei was surprised by this. He felt that the dragon turtle seemed to be a bit different after breaking through to the martial emperor realm. However, he did not have the time to ask about it. At this moment, under the gaze of the pair of eyes in the void, he walked directly to the emperor's coffin. The eyes in the dark immediately emitted an intense cold light, as if warning Yi Fei not to do anything too extreme. In response, Yi Fei just sneered, "Even if you were a martial god when you were alive, you're just an immortal skeleton with no consciousness after you die. If I don't provoke you, you shouldn't provoke me either." He had to find out the secret of the emperor's life and death. After all, the beast seal space that Wang Bai gave him was actually the emperor's seal. This was also the reason why Yi Fei had to find out the truth about the emperor's coffin. Therefore, after warning the immortal skeleton that was secretly watching him, Yi Fei finally mustered up his courage and suddenly pushed the coffin in front of him open with force. Roar! His actions had undoubtedly enraged the undead in the dark. In the entire underground world, accompanied by an incomparably loud roar, all the nearby coffins were opened almost at the same time. Then, one by one, the undead that had awakened or were still evolving rushed towards Yi Fei from all directions. They had come. Immortal skeletons. The skeletons of these martial emperors and martial gods have all turned into immortal skeletons. For the first time, shock appeared on Yi Fei's face. Although many powerful warrior skeletons could develop consciousness after death, that was only a rare phenomenon. For all the skeletons in the entire tomb to turn into immortal skeletons, it was impossible for this to happen naturally. It was very likely that this was all man-made. No matter who created these immortal skeletons, this person must be an evil person who deserves to be killed. Yi Fei suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. After all, the martial emperors and martial gods buried here were all ancestors who had fought bloody battles on the human battlefield. They were glorious when they were alive, but after they died, someone had turned them into immortal skeletons. This was definitely the greatest blasphemy to these ancestors. Not to mention, the emperor was among them. Roar, roar. Seeing that Yi Fei was still deep in thought, the dragon turtle anxiously roared. At this moment, they were surrounded by countless immortal skeletons. If it did not leave now, they would really die here. After all, these immortal skeletons were either martial emperors or martial gods when they were alive. At this moment, tens of thousands of immortal skeletons were charging over. Even if Yi Fei had broken through to martial emperor, Yi Fei would not be able to deal with so many immortal skeletons at the same time. Without a choice, Yi Fei could only retreat. Together with the dragon turtle, he escaped into the void and used the Great Void technique to escape. Roar! Just as he escaped into the void, the eye in the void suddenly became extremely furious. It was a martial god immortal skeleton in a golden divine robe. Although this skeleton that had revived after death no longer had the power of a martial god, when it raised its arm and struck forward, the entire void seemed to have been grabbed. It was as if a huge demonic hand had grabbed it from the middle. Yi Fei and the dragon turtle were also squeezed out of the void with faces full of shock. This was also the first time that he had failed to escape using the Great Void technique. 8th-level Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei was not discouraged. Since he dared to take the risk to enter this underground space, he naturally had his own confidence. Seeing that the Great Void technique was useless, he decisively used his strongest move, the 8th-level Heavenly Dragon. 7 heavenly domains erupted at the same time. While using the 8th-level Heavenly Dragon, Yi Fei also merged the divine Azura Fist and the Heavenly Sage demonic art. It was as if he had used 3 immemorial heavenly techniques in one move. The powerful force caused the entire underground world to shake violently. In the end, Yi Fei gathered the 8 heavenly dragons together and formed a gigantic heavenly dragon claw. It clawed at the sky and shattered the white bone layer above, revealing a gigantic white bone hole. The dragon turtle beside him immediately seized this opportunity and hurriedly carried Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao on its back. Chapter 1741. Fortunately, the human emperor's coffin is empty. In other words, the human emperor might not be dead. That is a fake tomb. After rushing out of the underground world where countless martial emperors and martial gods were buried, Yi Fei suddenly heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. Behind him and the dragon turtle was a large group of immortal skeletons. They formed a terrifying white bone hurricane as they chased after Yi Fei. It seemed like Yi Fei's act of opening the coffin had violated some sort of taboo of the immortal skeletons. Large numbers of immortal skeletons rushed out from the ground, spreading out huge white bones. Demonic hands grabbed at Yi Fei. On the surface of this white bone planet, there were countless bone demons leading an army of white bones. They tried to surround Yi Fei from all sides. Boom! Bone dust filled the sky like snowflakes drifting in the air. However, the drifting snowflakes quickly condensed into extremely powerful and strange bone dragons. These bone dragons spat out dragon flames and extended their wide and rotting dragon wings. Among them, the immortal skeleton's sovereign, who was hidden in the void, was standing on a gigantic bone dragon. An incomparably huge bone dragon stared coldly and furiously at Yi Fei from afar. Ultimate Sword. Scatter. Sword light surged into the sky, releasing a dazzling radiance on this white Death Star. That radiance made Xiao Qiao's eyes sparkle. It also made the dragon turtle widen its eyes. It suddenly had the urge to secretly take a bite of the unbounded sword. The radiance released by the unbounded sword was simply too dazzling. This was definitely a divine sword radiance that could only be released by a supreme-grade divine weapon. Under this radiance, not a single bone dragon could stop Yi Fei. Wherever Yi Fei passed, the bone dragons were mercilessly swallowed up by the sword radiance. They turned back into bone dust and scattered into the sky. In the end, the entire sky turned white. Those who didn't know would think that this was a beautiful snowy scene. Those who knew would sigh deeply in their hearts. Bones are boundless. The sovereign is gone. Thousands are killed. Tens of thousands are slaughtered. Where do the souls go? Rage, rage, rage. Yi Fei suddenly recalled the song the human demon had sung during the battle with him. In the past, he hadn't understood it. However, after seeing the underground world and the countless coffins of martial emperors and martial gods, Yi Fei suddenly had a better understanding. What was even stranger was that when they heard Yi Fei's singing, the surrounding undying skeletons that were crazily attacking Yi Fei suddenly quieted down. Many of them even looked as if they were listening attentively to the song that Yi Fei had just sung. Roar! The unmelted skeletal sovereign formed by the martial god also let out a soundless roar. He suddenly reached out his hand, and a huge white skeletal devil palm reached toward the sky. It seemed to be filled with endless paleness and despair. Endless white bones, the king's path. In the void, a hoarse and desolate, sorrowful voice could be vaguely heard. That voice was not clear, but it seemed to be right next to one's ear. Then, the white bones that filled the sky disappeared. Countless unmelted skeletons sank back into the ground. The entire white bone star went from an extremely violent state to an extremely quiet one. Chilly winds blew around. The dragon turtle ran for 10 days and 10 nights in a single breath. It only stopped when it was foaming at the mouth and was about to catch its breath. The unmelted skeletons are still behind us, Yi Fei suddenly said. The dragon turtle did not say anything. It retracted its tail and ran. Its speed was even faster than before. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao were stunned when they saw this. In the end, Xiao Qiao could not bear to see the dragon turtle like this. He secretly whispered into the dragon turtle's ear that the unmelted skeletons were all gone. Only then did the dragon turtle realize that it had been tricked by Yi Fei. Only then did it enter the beast mark space with a dark expression. It planned to eat until it was full of spirit stones. But soon, the dragon turtle came out angrily and told Yi Fei that the spirit stones in the beast mark space were all gone. This time, Yi Fei's face darkened. In the beast mark space, he had stored enough spirit stones for the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao to eat for 3 years. In the end, the dragon turtle had eaten them all in less than a year. Yi Fei immediately regretted letting the dragon turtle break through to the martial emperor realm. Obviously, the dragon turtle's appetite had increased as it broke through to the martial emperor realm. It was a human breakthrough. Fortunately, he still had the spirit-gathering pagoda with him. There were still many spirit stones in it that he had brought back from the starry sky. After reluctantly throwing out a pile of spirit stones for the dragon turtle to eat, Yi Fei finally reached the end of the white bone star. Here, he found a giant teleportation formation that was hundreds of times larger than the teleportation formation in the starry sky. Moreover, there were signs that someone had activated it recently. Since it can be used, it seems that I'm not too far away from the battlefield of the human race. I wonder if this teleportation formation can teleport me directly to the battlefield of the human race. Yi Fei thought to himself. Enduring the pain, he took out a large number of spirit stones and teleported to an incomparably huge ancient city in the starry sky. In front of the city, this ancient city was incomparably magnificent. It was more than 1,000 times larger than the Wuji city at the bottom of the starry sky. It was as if the ancient city was a miniature continent. Seeing this magnificent ancient city, Yi Fei finally believed that the ancient starry sky road in the Tianwu continent was really built by the ancient martial gods to imitate the human race's battlefield. At the highest point of the ancient city, Yi Fei saw a huge spaceship dragging a blazing sun as it circled the ancient city and the distant starry sky. It was constantly moving. Xiao Qiao pointed at the huge sun ship, his eyes wide open as if he wanted to go up and take a seat. Yi Fei was covered in cold sweat. When the sun ship passed by, Yi Fei could faintly sense the aura of a martial god. This wasn't one of those dead martial gods, but a real, living martial god. This was definitely the battlefield of the human race. And the ancient city in front of him was the trial city that the heavenly lightning sacred sect had recorded. In the face of such a huge ancient city with so many martial emperors, and martial gods overseeing it, Yi Fei didn't dare to expose Xiao Qiao. He hurriedly had Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle return to the beast mark space. Only then did Yi Fei tidy up his clothes and fly toward the trial city. Along the way, there were constantly martial artists with the same goal as Yi Fei. They came from different stars and rushed toward the trial city. However, the majority of them didn't enter the trial city. Instead, they stopped at the edge of the city gates. There were even many people who had brought over huge meteors for convenience. Yi Fei also saw that there were many people gathered on those meteors. They were either discussing the martial path or interacting with each other. The thing that shocked Yi Fei the most was that this trial city didn't just have the human race. Yi Fei also saw many other races. For example, the winged race, the short earth traveler race, and the beastmen with the face of a human and the body of a beast. Chapter 1742. As expected, when the surrounding cultivators heard Yi Fei's words, most of them began to laugh wantonly. Some of them even looked at Yi Fei with disdain. They weren't the slightest bit afraid of angering Yi Fei. After all, those who could come to the human battlefield were the peak experts of their respective continents. However, Yi Fei's words had successfully attracted the attention of many people. Gradually, some of them began to size up Yi Fei. However, when they saw that Yi Fei's clothes didn't belong to the continent they belonged to, the majority of them consciously withdrew their divine sense, no longer bothering with Yi Fei. However, there were also some people who were enthusiastic. For example, there was a middle-aged man on a distant meteor. After looking at Yi Fei for a moment, he suddenly walked over and asked, "Brother, are you from the martial heaven continent?" Yi Fei sized up this man with some surprise. Was there someone from the martial heaven continent in the human battlefield? You're also from the martial heaven continent. Huh, I'm not from the martial heaven continent. I'm from the heavenly spirit continent. However, I once had a good friend who also came from the martial heaven continent. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, he unfortunately died in battle. So when I see you, I feel especially close to you. It's like you're my own brother. The middle-aged man revealed a trace of sadness. Yi Fei could only comfort him courteously. "Senior apprentice brother, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please restrain your grief." However, Yi Fei was sneering inside. It had been tens of thousands of years since anyone from the martial heaven continent had come to the human battlefield. This person actually said that 10 years ago, an old friend from the martial heaven continent had died in battle. This person wasn't trying to curry favor with him. He most likely had some ulterior motive. Yi Fei was very depressed inside. He had pretended to be a rookie just to obtain information. He didn't want to attract a swindler. But that's fine. Since this person dares to swindle people in the human battlefield, he should be a well-informed person. I might as well use this person to gather more information. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help revealing the simple smile of an honest person. This kind of smile was very infectious. At the very least, Zhou Qiang, who was still reminiscing about his old friend, couldn't help but be affected. He secretly thought to himself, "This rookie's smile is quite simple. As expected, he's an honest person. He looks easy to bully. It's time for me, Zhou Qiang, to make a small fortune." Thinking of this, Zhou Qiang also revealed a smile. He couldn't help but become more cordial towards Yi Fei. Thanks to his old friend who had died in battle, he kept asking Yi Fei all kinds of questions. Yi Fei answered Zhou Qiang's questions honestly. Not only did he tell Zhou Qiang his cultivation, but he also told him that his strongest martial technique was a martial emperor secret technique passed down in his family. Zhou Qiang was naturally shocked by this. He couldn't believe that Yi Fei actually dared to come to the human battlefield to gain experience with such a weak strength. However, after Yi Fei said that he had coincidentally picked up a summoning token, which allowed him to come to the human battlefield, Zhou Qiang immediately became more cordial. "Ha, Brother Yi Fei, you look very much like my old friend who passed away. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for the time being. It just so happens that the assessment of the human battlefield will begin soon. At that time, we can fight side by side. Zhou Qiang patted Yi Fei's shoulder very loyally. It was obvious that he had already treated Yi Fei as his little brother. In response, Yi Fei naturally returned the simple and honest smile of an honest person and happily agreed to return to his place with Zhou Qiang. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many warriors. These people cast sympathetic glances at Yi Fei. Heavens, which continent is this guy from? He's too honest. He believes whatever others say. I think he's from the Tianwu continent. That's strange. Is there a martial god expert in the human battlefield from this continent? Don't worry so much. These newcomers won't remember if they don't get cheated a few times. Let's hurry up and prepare for the battlefield trial. It turned out that most of the warriors gathered on the meteorite were here to participate in the trial. After Zhou Chang's explanation, Yi Fei also knew that one couldn't enter the human battlefield just because they had a summoning token. If they wanted to enter, they had to pass the assessment of the trial cities. Of course, different trial cities have different contents and difficulties. As long as you can get into the top 100, you'll be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the human battlefield. However, because there are foreign races coming to take the test this time, the City Lord will definitely take out at least 20 spots to take care of these foreign races. So, I thought that's so. In order to obtain the qualifications to enter the human battlefield, you must have the strength to enter the top 80. Zhou Qiang said indignantly. He was also secretly probing Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyes flashed, and an honest and simple expression appeared on his face. He said, I didn't expect the competition in the human battlefield to be so cruel. Let alone the top 80. I can't even enter the top 100 with my current strength. However, Brother Zhou, what's going on with those foreign tribes? Could it be that they failed the assessment? Can they also obtain a quota to enter the human battlefield? Just now, Zhou Qiang had said that as long as the foreign tribes participated in the assessment, they would be able to obtain 20 quotas. This shocked Yi Fei. Zhou Qiang said indignantly, Why? Of course, it's because they are superior to our human race. You also know that the human battlefield is the front line of our human race's resistance against the sorcerer race. As for these foreign tribes, they don't belong to the human race, but they came to help us fight. They will naturally receive preferential treatment in all aspects. After a long time, they will become superior to others. So, Brother Yi, in the future, if you accidentally provoke a foreign tribe in the trial city, remember, whether it's right or wrong, you must immediately lower your head and admit your mistake. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. As Zhou Qiang spoke, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. You lowly humans, hurry up and scram to the side. If you delay the young master's journey, I will whip you to death. Not good. It's the war chariots of the winged race and the beast race. Everyone, get out of the way, bang. Although the warriors in the city were all quasi-emperors and dodged very quickly, the war chariots of the winged race and the beast race seemed to have deliberately sped up. They directly charged from behind at their maximum speed. This way, no matter how fast everyone dodged, there were still many people who were hit by the two cyclops driving the war chariots. Those who were hit by iron rods vomited blood and fell to the ground. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.